Yeah, I gotta skip through all that. Okay, that's not too terribly loud. It brings a lot of nostalgia just looking at this screen. Like, I love it. But as you can probably see on the screen, like, see all these little black marks here? That's because of the increased resolution, because this game was not meant to run anything like above like 720p. And it's an old, it's an id Software, like, I think it's a Quake Engine game. They licensed it from id Tech. May as well go through the basic training course to kind of get my ropes.
It's time to commence field training.
There we go.
Pay attention, and you might even stand a chance on the battlefield. First, I want you to use your mouse to look at each of the 4 guard towers.
Yeah, but take a look at that skybox, though. Like I said, lots of issues running it at a higher resolution than it was originally intended. But I want it to be as crisp as possible, you know? I don't want it to look like you're looking through it with, like, no prescription lenses or something.
To move in the direction you're facing. Press your backwards key to move back. Press straight left to move left, and straight right to move right. Using these 4 keys together with the mouse is critical to your success against the enemy. Press your objectives key to see your list of current objectives. When you complete an objective, it's checked off on this list. Your current objective is highlighted in yellow.
I mean, did I need to go through basic training? Probably not.
This is pointing at one of the towers. The arrow points to your current objective. As you near your objective, the ball bearings on the compass will move closer together. Approach the tower indicated by the arrow.
I also want to point out, like, these are guard towers, but how are you supposed to get up there? There's no ladder. And there's literally nothing up there. Like, I don't understand.
Good. Now press your objectives key again. You have a new objective. Now complete it. Press the jump and forward. Press the duck key and then move forward to pass under the barbed wire.
Wait, I can die in basic training? Like, I could just jump over that 99 more times and die?
Press the key again to stand up. Look up and press the forward key and you'll climb the ladder. Press the use key to grab a ladder from above or below.
Yeah, but like I said, like, a lot of this is the...
And press the use key to pick them up.
A lot of this is the forerunner to a lot of the features you see in modern Call of Duty games.
Notice that an image of the explosives has appeared in the upper right corner of your view. This shows you the items in your inventory. The other image represents the radio through which we are communicating. A red transparent image of the explosives has appeared on the tank. Press the use key while near the image to plant explosives on that tank.
Full stop.
Items you need to use or destroy.
How did we capture a German Tiger tank for basic training purposes and have it running in basic training next to a couple vehicles? Like, this is dangerous. Like, what are they thinking? Like, it's running. Like, you can hear the engine. Like, why did we capture a German Tiger tank just to blow it up in basic training? Like, so, historical fact, and the other reason I know this is because, one, my other brother is actually a history YouTuber that's getting pretty successful. But there's actually only one functional Tiger 1 tank, or Tiger 2, Tiger 1, don't remember which one. There's only one functional one in the entire world. So it's like, why are we destroying this? Like, we could use this.
Move away from the tank to avoid being injured.
No, I want to go towards it and see if it kills me. Almost.
Press the use key to open doors. Some doors might be locked. The sound will clue you in. You will automatically pick up first aid supplies when your health level is below 100%. Same for ammunition and weapons, but remember that each weapon has a maximum amount of ammo you can carry.
Right?
Some items are too far away to be automatically picked up. Press the use key to grab these items. Select the Colt 45 pistol by pressing the pistol key.
I'm like way ahead of this basic training instructor. I think I should be the one instructing him.
To activate the pistol whip. Press the primary attack key to fire any of your weapons. Remain stationary and fire short bursts to increase your accuracy. Try a couple of shots on that target.
Does this guy ever stop talking? Okay. But yeah, like, so some things I do want to point out before I actually continue the basic training. So look at how small, like, you can't really see it, but like, see how small my health bar is down here? And see how small the compass is above me? Trying to point at it. So that is a side effect of the resolution change. So because the game was originally supposed to run at a specific resolution, not really anything higher than that, that's the reason why all the HUD elements are smushed together, because they're still running at their original resolution. And I have not been able to fix that, and I don't really intend to, because, like I said, running this game and streaming it is a challenge, and it's only going to get much harder from here. Like, I'm on Windows 10, so I can only imagine like how much trouble it would be on Windows 11, and then anything beyond that. Like, I mean, eventually this game probably won't even be playable, which is unfortunate. I'm actually going to turn the volume down on the sound effects a little bit. I'm doing better. I went on a more proper adventure this week, even with my sister. Good, good. Like, I'm really glad to hear that, Cranberry. I know you've been having a really rough time, so I'm glad that you were able to do something fun. Also, this is basic training, and they have explosive barrels there.
Submachine gun by pressing the SMG key.
Hold up. Did that SMG ammo have like
at any time by pressing the reload key. Always reload your weapons before going into combat. Shoot that target 20 times with the Thompson.
Okay, I'm a bit like taken aback. So why does our basic training ammo on the US basic training side, mind you, why does it have a Wehrmacht symbol on it? Like did we just steal a bunch of ammo from... I don't understand. No, that's fine, Cranberry. Just take care of yourself, okay?
Switch to the Springfield 03 sniper rifle by pressing the rifle key. Press the secondary attack key to toggle the sniper scope on and off. Aim through the scope at the farthest target. Hit the red dot 3 times.
I literally hit it 3 times, you dick. What, do you want me to hit the target behind the target? Because chances are I could probably outshoot any of you guys that are giving me this tutorial.
Select the fragmentation hand grenades by pressing the grenade key. A grenade's primary attack is a long throw. Use the secondary attack for shorter tosses. The longer you hold down the secondary attack key, the farther you'll throw. Use bait shots with the grenades to clear rooms where the enemy may be hiding. Throw a grenade into each of the concrete boxes.
There we go.
Approach the MG42 stationary machine gun and press the use key to take command of the weapon.
Why do we have so many German weapons in basic training? This doesn't make any sense. Like, we're getting German ammo, and then we have a MG42. Like, why don't we have a Browning or a Bren? Like, why are we using non-allied weapons in our basic training? Like, I understand that we'll like encounter some of these in the war, but like I don't understand why we're supposed to be required to be trained on them. It doesn't make any sense. Not only that, like, look at this MG42. Do you see anything wrong with it? Oh, that's the problem. There's no ammo! And there's no magazine in the gun! So how the hell are we supposed to shoot this thing? But just magically, it happens to be glued with this bipod and has infinite ammo. Okay, so this is just like a free thing. I mean, did I need to do basic training? No.
You're dismissed, Lieutenant Powell. Good luck.
That's the power of German engineering. I mean, no kidding. But yeah, like, it's like, I understand that you need to be, like, familiar with the enemy weapons, but I didn't think we'd have to train on them, much less use one that has no ammo in it that just magically shoots. Picking up MP40 ammo restored your Thompson. It's like, yeah, I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Because, from my understanding, I think the Thompson uses 45 ACP rounds, and then the M40 is a 9mm. Or at least some variation of the 9mm. I may be misremembering, I may be thinking of the modern variations of it, but, like, I don't get it. Like, they just, like, here, SMG ammo, like, go nuts.
Lieutenant Powell, I'm Colonel Hargrove from the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS. Our branch specializes in covert operations, usually deep behind enemy lines. Espionage, sabotage, infiltration. That's the business we're in, Lieutenant. As you know, Germany's famed Africa Corps has captured key locations along the southern coast of the Mediterranean and is now digging in. Our response, in coordination with our British allies, is an invasion of North Africa. The attack is codenamed Operation Torch. This is it, Lieutenant. Our first large-scale offensive of the war. While everything you hear in this room is classified top secret, what I'm about to tell you...
Well, I mean, we're also streaming it to a bunch of people, so...
by a select few. The Germans have positioned artillery batteries along the coast, several of which overlook our intended landing zone. A British SAS operative has penetrated enemy lines at the town of Arzou on the Algerian coast. His mission was to sabotage these batteries, then give the all-clear signal to start the invasion. Yesterday, however, all contact with that agent was lost. The enemy's artillery positions remain intact, and the SAS officers...
I like this old-fashioned briefing room stuff. Like, you don't see this anymore.
You and a small squad of your fellow Rangers will infiltrate Arzou under cover of darkness. Your goal is to destroy the coastal batteries and rescue the captured agent. You'll receive specific details of the mission once you're in the field. The SAS operative is Major Jack Grillo, a man I've known for years. He would never allow himself to give up what he knows to the Germans, so please find him before he's forced into taking drastic measures. No doubt about it, this is a critical mission, Lieutenant. Your team has trained hard, and I have every confidence you'll get the job done. Good luck.
Cool. So, another thing I want to point out is that every time I launch a map, I have to open up the console and type in exec OBS. And for some reason, and this is the biggest issue with streaming this game, or just recording it in general, is that for some reason, like, OBS only detects the game if it's in a menu. So, basically what this fix that I found does is it makes it to where the game is, like, perpetually in an invisible menu. So that's how I'm able to actually play this without having to worry about other stuff. But yeah, so you'll see once I get into the game what I'm talking about. So like this.
German checkpoint, 200 yards.
Okay, squad, listen up. This is a rescue mission, so watch your fire. Don't give your position away.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it does that.
Cover and check the corners.
Also, most males in this game have the same facial model and hair, so, like, everybody is, like, a clone of each other. There's not a lot of, like, facial variety in this game. But what I love is that because, like, the game's at a higher resolution, you can see the lower poly models. Like, look at this German soldier here. Like, look at the low poly model that he's using.
He's taking too long.
Even the driver of the truck has like a mashed together face. World Wars Episode 2: Attack of the Clones.
He's not taking them, Captain. Hey, get the truck moving! Take him! Change your plans! Let's go! Up there! Move in!
I mean, it makes sense though, because like a lot of like Star Wars stuff was based off of World War II. Like even the weapons that the stormtroopers use. Oh, that's a rocket! Yeah, it's like half of our squad's already been wiped out. Like, we probably should have sent more people. Yeah, but this is the game that really introduced me to the M1. Like, first time I ever heard the ping. But, like, because I played this so many times since 2002, I have the enemy spawns almost memorized. Because they don't have a lot of, like, variety. Let me think. In this next room, there's going to be an officer and a guy with an MP40. Yep. Called it. I love this game so much. Like, it just brings back so many good memories, because, like, this was the first online game I ever played, and I played a lot of this just single player.
Pow, check the door.
But it was really, like, the first, like, Medal of Honor was one of the first, like,
Ambush!
first story-driven FPS games I ever played. Oh, that is a grenade. Captain, you need to get out of my way. Oh, look, an MG42 with no ammo. What will I do with it? Well,
That machine gun!
this maybe? Oh shit, Captain's dead.
Get going!
I mean, yes, I'm a lieutenant, so that does technically mean that I'm in command right now, but...
I've got you covered. Move!
I mean... What are we gonna do now? The captain's dead. It's like... Is this gonna be a... Look at me, I'm the captain now situation? Also, another thing I want to point out. Watch this guy. Like, I can... Yeah, like... Here, I'm gonna knock him out of the window. Like, away from the window. Because, like, there was experiments that I used to do when I was a kid. Just to see if I could, like, save certain NPCs. So, minor spoiler, this guy gets shot by an invincible NPC. So I wanted to try to get him away from the window, because this is what happens. He wasn't even in the window, and that German soldier was able to just kill him instantly. Well, at least I can pick up his ammo. Yeah, see, he was standing right here. He was not in the line of sight of that rifle. Like, you can't tell me that he had, like, a curving bullet phenomena. Okay. I gotta do that every time I load a map, which isn't a big deal because I can just quick put in the console command, but it is kind of a hassle. I just wish that they would re-release it or hell, like, if they remastered this game, I would probably cry, like, tears of joy. Okay, there's nothing over here. So, just to reiterate the fact that I know so much about the enemy spawns of this game, there's 3 soldiers in there, and they're all playing cards. So, if I were to do this... they all come running straight towards me. But it's like they had like almost a psychic sense. Like I just like am in the doorway and they just magically know that I'm there. It's like it's like sometimes the AI is pretty terrible, but then other times it's like godlike, and I don't understand why. Remaster would be awesome. Hey, Loafbread, welcome to the stream. Yeah, like if there was a remaster of this game, I would literally cry tears of joy, because the multiplayer was simple, but it was fun, and it has a pretty healthy multiplayer community, but the problem is it's not really regulated very well. It's a lot of clan stuff, and very, very prone to hacking. Like, you have to really find yourself a tight-knit community to play with, and I think that's just a shame.
Thanks. They would have killed me for certain. Stick close to me at all times.
Yeah, like, especially when I played, like, when the GameSpy servers were just about to be shut down. I'd play, like, the Stalingrad map, for example, and there'd be people that were hacking their way onto buildings and shooting you with aimbot. It just wasn't fun, because it's not moderated anymore, so there's really no way for you to be able to get around that. So really the only way that I play it is, like, a LAN server, or, alternatively, if this picks up interest on my stream, I could see about hosting my own server and playing with the audience. That would be a dream come true, but I'm not really getting my hopes up for that, but that would mean the world to me. I keep accidentally putting my gun away, because the button to holster your weapon is Q, and I keep accidentally pressing it when I move to the left. That's the problem whenever you have nubs for hands! Oh, thank you for the follow, Loaf Bread! Thank you, thank you. It's like when you try to press something on the keyboard and you just mash everything with your nub hand, like, it's difficult. Grillo, move out of the way, please.
The documents and explosives I had were confiscated. We've got to recover them, or this mission is lost. They're probably in the Commandant's office.
I think they dispose of explosives pretty quickly.
There they are. Look out.
Also, I'm genuinely surprised this soldier that was up there didn't notice the gunfire, because guns are loud. I think that's something that video games don't really portray the best way, is that guns are extremely loud. Like, it's like having, like, a bottle rocket firework go off, like, next to you. The taunts in multiplayer were amazing. Oh, welcome to the stream. It was RNG. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, the taunts were great. Like, I've seen French schoolgirls shoot better. And then when you play as the Germans, they would say that same phrase in German. Or like Manon, the French resistance agent, would go, "I've seen French schoolgirls shoot better." Or, I can't do a French accent. Like, usually when I try to do a fake accent, it devolves into like Russian or like broken German. Or Scottish, like, it'll go to Scottish. But yeah, I really want more people to see this game, because this is where a lot of the modern, like, story-based FPS games started, was from this. The forerunner of the Call of Duty franchise. So technically Grillo's like, don't shoot the spotlights, but it's honestly, if I can kill them from this distance, it's easier, because I don't have to worry about, like, navigating over there. So I'm gonna try to kill them, but chances are I'll probably die. But we'll give it a shot. You underestimate me, Jack Grillo. Okay, that's all the MG42, so we should be good. The scientist especially, yeah. I would usually play as the Africa Corps private when I was playing on the Axis team, and then for the American team I would usually play as the Airborne. I really like Spearhead's multiplayer the most. That's probably what I played a lot of, was Spearhead's multiplayer. I didn't really play a lot of Breakthrough. Breakthrough is probably the one that I didn't really have a lot of time into. Like, I didn't actually beat Breakthrough until probably, like, 2012. Oh. Where? Oh. Yeah, Spearhead was awesome. Like, I think that if you're gonna play this game, like, if you're multiplayer at least, Spearhead is probably the best bet. Breakthrough had more weapons, but I don't know, there's just something about it that I didn't really like all that much. Just, the campaign story mode, like, it was cool, but it was just retreading old ground, in my opinion. It was cool that you got to see Italy. Like, that's a part of the war, like, a lot of games don't really, they don't really showcase very much. Because the Italian conflict was a very important one. Spearhead was such a letdown, the community moved to it briefly, but quickly moved back because of how bad it was. No leading and moving at the same time in multiplayer. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think the reason why and that's completely fair. I think the reason why I like Spearhead a little more is just because, I think it was more active for a time. Because, like, when I played... Oh, that guy just got shot. When I played the game again in, I think it was, like, 2013, 2014, I had gotten the 10th anniversary copy, and Spearhead was the most populated for a time with the safest servers. Because when I played on Allied Assault, like, there was a lot of servers that were, like, in Egypt and other places that were really not secure. Lots of hackers. But hey, I'm really glad that there's other Medal of Honor Allied Assault fans in the chat. That makes me feel really happy to know that there are still people who are, like, actively watching it and actively talking about it. Like, that makes me really happy.
Saved my life, sir.
Yeah, go pick up your sniper. And for those who are kind of just joining, I'm Eno, by the way. I'm a variety streamer. I stream pretty much whatever. Currently, I've been streaming Kingdom Hearts 1 and Pokemon Emerald, which I just finished recently. I do have some plans for other games pretty soon. Like, this one is another one that I'm going to be streaming the entirety of. Yeah, but for those in the chat who have played this game before, and was active in the multiplayer scene, I mostly played on the LNG Late Night Gamers server. That was primarily the one that I gravitated towards. So if anyone who's familiar with the LNG servers, I was very active on those ones. Oh yeah, I gotta go downstairs to get the explosives. I've actually never been back here. Oh, wait, never mind. I was going in it from the other side, which I don't usually do. The days before sprint became a common feature in every FPS game. Which I see that there's people who have modded the game to add, like, aim down sight and other things, and just, while it's cool, it just feels weird. That's like adding aim down sight to, like, Halo Combat Evolved. It just doesn't feel right. Not that it makes it bad, necessarily, it's just, it's strange. But at the end of the day, adding ADS to a game doesn't necessarily make the FPS better, especially if a game was built around a certain way. Like, say for example, like Quake or Doom or something. Like, those don't have ADS. Or at least some of them don't. Grillo, I keep losing you. Oh well, I'll place this explosive regardless of where you are. Wait, where'd you come from? You weren't there a moment ago! I could have blinded that, but still. Then again, to be fair, he's also limping, so... I mean, I can give him a free pass on that. It's always fun seeing these older games being streamed, getting to meet others who played during its heyday. Yeah, like I was very active way back in the day on this game. I didn't join any of the... Grillo, you fucking idiot. Okay, he's not... He's more of a liability than anything else at this point, so... But yeah, I was very active in like the game scene of this. Like I played a lot of it online, but I never really joined the forums. In Spearhead, I think the use of different weapons made it a little more interesting. Yeah, like I'm trying to remember what they added in Spearhead. They added the Mosin Nagant, the PBS H41. No, it was in the SVT 40. I don't remember what else Spearhead added. It's been such a long time since I played it. 303. Are you using a widescreen patch? So I actually manually went into the files of the game and modified the resolution that way. So I went into the config file and I forced it to run at a 1080p resolution, which is why you see these. Well, I'm pointing at it, but my hand's not going up. So you can see, like above me, the lines in the skybox. That is an artifact based on me forcing the resolution to go to higher than intended, which is also why everything is so smushed on screen. Grillo, what are you doing? Don't go that way!
I'll cover this area.
303. Oh yeah, they also added the Sten and the Nagant revolver.
Sabotage as much as you can. In the meantime, I'll get some transportation for us. Good luck, Lieutenant. I'll see you soon.
Primarily what I used was the MP40 or the STG-44. I usually went with the MP40 because a lot of people in multiplayer would gravitate towards the shotgun or... Yeah, the Webley revolver. Yeah, it's been a while. I don't remember a lot of the names. But yeah, like, I used to gravitate towards the MP40 as opposed to the STG-44 because it seems like everybody would use the Springfield, the STG-44, and the shotgun. I usually went for the MP40, but that was just my personal preference. Yeah, as I said earlier in the stream, I'll also reiterate this. So I had to actually download a patch for this to run in OBS, because for some reason, it only picks up the menus in this game. So I had to add a patch that essentially creates an invisible menu periodically throughout my game time, and that's the only way that I can get this game to actually capture properly. Yeah. He's gonna put that down and immediately start shooting me. Watch. Oh, surprisingly not. He made no attempt to save his life. He just kept running as I beat his skull in with this Colt 45. Which this is the game that got me into the 1911. Like, I've fired the 1911 multiple times in real life. I'd love to fire some more World War II weapons. I once saw a Mosin Nagant rifle being sold at a local auction, had the bayonet too. So my brother Dak Jerry, who I've been doing the Resident Evil streams with, he does own a Mosin Nagant, and I have fired it before, multiple times. And he bought me, for Christmas, he bought me an ammo pouch and an authentic bayonet for a Mosin Nagant, even though I don't own one. But like way back, like probably like the mid-2010s, they were really inexpensive, like $200 for a rifle. But nowadays, you can't find like a Mosin Nagant that's worth a damn, like less than like $600. Which is a shame. Yeah, I actually helped him hunt on his property with it one time. Like, I was up in the window while he was hunting, and I just, like, was kind of a spotter. But yeah, like I said, guns are loud. Like, no question about that. Like, when you have, like, a movie or a game where they're just, like, firing with no ear protection, it's like, yeah, these people are gonna be deaf. I bought one for $100 once. Yeah, no kidding! Like, they used to be really inexpensive, but nowadays they're just... It's ridiculous how expensive they've gotten. Like, just firearms in general. Like, I mean, sometimes you'll get a good deal. Like, for example, you can go to a website and buy a reproduction MP40 semi-auto for about, like, $600, which is, I'd say, is a steal. But then again, I'm not really too familiar with those prices. Those around the time period I saw it. Interesting. I'm sure you could probably get it at get one at a local exchange place or like a buy and sell trade store or something. But it also really depends on the condition of the rifle, because like if you get one that's like World War II surplus and is in really good condition, naturally that'll make it more expensive. But if you get one that has like really terrible wood and it's only really good for the inner workings of the rifle, then yeah, you could probably get it for a more inexpensive price. But honestly, at that point, you might as well just take the internals of the rifle and go put it in another stock. Which just, at that point, it becomes a sunken cost fallacy. But I did see that the Walther P38 is also one that I saw recently that's on sale. World War II surplus. And also some post-war models. I mean, I wouldn't really consider myself, like, really a gun person, per se, but I know a lot about them. I fired multiple, and mostly it's just the history behind them. Like, I'm really fascinated by gun manufacturing and history. For example, the MP40. This weapon was pretty well known for its lack of recoil, because a big part of the Wehrmacht strategy was moving in on a position while shooting. So the MP40 was actually designed to be fired while moving. Because you'd have, like, units that would store in positions while moving, so they needed to have little recoil in order to accomplish that. So the MP40 was well known for its lack of recoil. But at the end of the day, its lack of recoil didn't really save it for its unreliable magazine feeds. So, if you look at the MP40, I'll do a reload real quick. My character is holding it by the top of the magazine well, because a big mistake that I see in movies and games is that people will hold the MP40 by the magazine. You don't want to do that, because if you hold it by the magazine, it'll misfeed the gun, and it could potentially jam. So you definitely don't want to hold it by the magazine. It's usually recommended to hold it by the magazine well, or by the closer to the underbarrel of the gun. And that's another reason the MP40 was probably not as reliable as it could have been. Same thing with the Sten. Like, the Sten, like, don't even get me started on the Sten Mark II. Like, that gun is a glorified pipe that was sawed together to fire rounds. Like, not dissing the Sten for anybody who likes it, I just hate the design. I'd love to own some World War II weapons someday, and for about the same reasons you, owning a piece of history. Yeah, because it tells a story. Like, my brother's Mosin Nagant was owned by a Soviet sniper back in World War II, because it has specific markings on it, and pieces of the wood are, in the metal, are... they're soldered together because there was a scope on it originally. But we weren't able to, like, verify any of the information behind it, so that's still a mystery on our part, like, who it belonged to, and... Because, at least, like, I can't speak for, like, Soviet records, but a lot of World War II records were destroyed in a fire, probably, like, in the 1960s or something. So, like, finding a World War II service record for anything, really, is difficult. Oh, he's still alive. Oh, no, that's just a piece of wood. I knew my eyesight was bad, but I didn't think it was getting this bad. Like, even as a spirit, which is what I am a spirit. That's why I have nubs for hands. Even as a spirit, my eyesight's going bad. I mean, that's probably why I wear glasses, but... I'm actually going to wait. I'm going to go see if I can pick up some health, because I don't remember if it starts the mission with full health or not. Plus, like... A lot of the time when I played this, I was very linear. I just went from point A to point B. I didn't really look and explore really much of the map. But now that I'm playing it and talking at the same time, it gives me a chance to really explore it for what it is. If I remember right, there was one in this building over here. I guess I guessed wrong. Well, this could be a problem. Well, I'll just hope that it starts the mission with full health, so... I mean, I could do it with 54 health, but it's probably not going to be fun. The Sten was created to be cheap and easily manufactured, and that was about it. Yeah, like, it wasn't made to be, like, a gun that would see, like, long-period service. Like, it was really just a wartime, like, necessity. The Sten, like, geez, it was such a, like... The history behind it is that the British government actually did a Lend-Lease program to get a lot of Thompsons and other weapons from the U.S., which, because the U.S. was neutral until the attack on Pearl Harbor. So they would make shipments to Britain and then other allied countries with weapons and so on. So the Sten was a necessity to create a really easy-to-manufacture weapon, cheaply made, and... reliable enough to where people could use it on the battlefield. Okay, good, it did heal me.
Look alive, pal! We're coming up on the outskirts of the airfield.
Oh, hey, Shadow Foxy, welcome, welcome. Welcome from Blaze's stream. I know that, I think we might have played Warframe together, or... I don't remember. Actually, I can turn the volume down a little bit more. Let's see, audio... Yeah, because, like... The regular audio is fine, but then, like I said, guns are loud, so when I start shooting, it's like, it's hard to talk over it. Fast, cheap, good, pick any two. Also, hello. Hello, Shadow Foxy. Mind if I ask a question? Yeah, by all means. And Blaze is here, too, with a twerking fox. Where? Where's your mouth and how do you speak? So I'm a time spirit. If you're not familiar with them, they are species in VR chat. So how am I speaking? I am, if you want like a lore reason, I'm actually projecting my voice and thoughts. So you're hearing like a telepathic version of my voice, so to speak, with a studio quality microphone. That is, like my thoughts are being transferred into my Shure PG-27. Because as a spirit, I'm non-corporeal, so I don't have to worry about using physical vocal cords. Well, it looks like twerking on my angle. Oh yeah, I'm gonna die so hard and get so far. Easily distracted Eno, that's the name of the stream. I've collected those rifles in the heyday and I've concluded that the Swiss K31 is the most accurate rifle I've ever had. The Swedish Mauser is next, and the Mosin Nagant was at the third.
Don't just take out the planes. We also want to get the fuel dump and any troops on the ground. And don't let any of those planes take off. Pal, we've got a truck on our tail.
Oh.
Deal with that truck.
I mean, what's he gonna do? Aggressively, like, try to get me off the road? Like, he had no weapon. Yeah, I mean, I've fired a lot of, like, classic firearms, but I'm not really that good of a shot. Probably the most interesting gun that I got to fire was the MP5. The HDK MP5, fully automatic. I fired it in burst fire and fully automatic. First time I ever fired a full auto gun was the MP5. And the MP5 is, like, by far my favorite gun in anything. Like, even in real life, it's my favorite firearm. I'm a sucker for a good SMG. And yes, I did do the HK slap. Not a very good airfield, in my opinion. But then again, wartime, like...
Don't let that Stuka get away.
What's Stuka? Oh, that's Stuka. Coming down for a strafing run. Take it down. Wait for it. He didn't say the dialogue, but that's what he was supposed to say. Like, certain dialogue I just remember by heart, because I've done the single player of this game so many times throughout my life that...
Up. I'll draw their reinforcements away. Go through that bunker to the right. I'll meet up with you there.
Damn, EA removed Medal of Honor Allied Assault from store. Good thing there's the GOG version, which is actually what I'm playing. I'm playing the GOG version because it runs so much better than the EA Store Origin version, because I couldn't even get that one to launch. And I paid money for this. It's like, it's okay though. I mean, I got a copy that works. But yeah, welcome to the stream, RayCause316. I'm Eno. I'm a variety streamer. Good to have you here. Figured the Mauser would be up there, but I never thought about a Swiss rifle. Yeah, because like in wartime, it's just like when you have so much production need, it's really hard to keep up with that demand. Like even in the modern day, like right now, like there's a shortage of artillery in Europe right now. It's like it's hard to keep up with that supply and demand because like so many rounds are being used at so many rounds being used at a time that it's hard to keep up with the demand because you'll fire all your rounds and then you're like, okay, I need like 200 more sets of these specific artillery rounds that only work in this one gun. So, like, for example, the MP40 and the STG-44 are still in use today, mostly in Syria and Libya. Because World War II weapons, like, in the Middle East and a lot of other places, they were really common to find because post-war, the US and other allied countries shipped a lot of these captured German firearms to developing countries in order for them to kind of have, like, their own military fighting force. And while they really didn't have any use for all this stuff, so they're like, okay, we'll just give it to this country or this country. And some countries used the MP40 up until probably like the 2000s, believe it or not. Like World War II surplus. But like, it genuinely hurts when you see like the STG-44 and MP40 being used in some of these conflicts, because it's like you could, like, I'm just thinking, you could literally sell that gun and move somewhere safer. But then again, like, you know, I don't get into that kind of topic of conversation, but like, the MP40 and the STG-44 are worth a lot of money nowadays. Quality and craftsmanship are incredible. Swedes are great, too. For sure, like... So is this guy taking a dump standing up? I mean, to each their own. Like, if he has the power to do that, and it's comfortable, that's great. But, like, if I were in that situation, I wouldn't hold my rifle and take a dump while standing up. Because, look. Like, he didn't even pull his pants down. He just immediately went into the toilet. I think it's this button to use the binoculars? Yeah. Let's see. It's been a long time since I've done this mission, so... Oh, there's the elevator. Yeah, and it's like, I may look cute, but I know a lot about firearms. At least historical ones. And part of it is, like, I like to get into other people's interests, so I like to kind of have a basic understanding of a lot of things, because that way I can be a better friend and have topics of conversations with multiple people. So, like, I like to get in different shows and different hobbies and what have you, just because I want to be a better friend. But, like, ever since I was a kid, like, I've just always been fascinated by World War II weapons and post-World War II. Like, for example... I can point out some, modeling errors, or at least maybe it's because of the resolution, they weren't able to actually put these certain things in the model. But there's a couple things that I can point out that are wrong on each of these gun models. Like, for example, the MP40. So, there's supposed to be a charging handle there. Right above, like, roughly right above where his left thumb is, there's going to be a charging handle that you can pull back and lift up, kind of in the same style of an MP5. But it's not modeled here, so whenever he does it and reloads, he's pulling nothing. So, I'll give an example here. So, he essentially just pulled nothing. And the magazine release, I'll show it in just a second, there's a button right above his left thumb. Like, you see him just push it just there on the magazine well. That is the mag release. So that is correct. But because of the low resolution, that's probably why it doesn't have some of these things. But, like, it's interesting to point out, like, little different things that I've noticed as I became an adult. But I'm not too all familiar with the M1 Garand myself. I've seen one in person a couple times, but I've never actually held one. The 1911, Let me see, like... it looks mostly accurate. There's a few issues there, like, like, for example, the, it's not primed. So, like, if you see the little thing on the back, it's, I can't remember the name of it to save my life, but, because of my brain, you actually pull that back in order to charge the gun, and it's up in the upright position, so it is not ready to fire. So technically I'm firing the gun when it is not ready. And some 1911s, I don't know if this is a common feature on all of them, have a pressure safety, so you actually have to hold the gun relatively tight in order to fire it. Because that's the way the safety was designed on the 1911. Yeah, but I know a little bit too, and I tend to do the same. Know a bit about everything so I can have good conversations. Later, fellas, gotta go. Hey, no problem, Loaf. Thank you for the follow. It's good to have your company here. Glad to meet other Medal of Honor Allied Assault fans. Have a good night, alright? I'm not a big gun person, but I do have a respect for them. Also, pretty good shot. I was a pretty good shot with the SMG that I fired. But I'm not really a long-range shooter, more of a close-range shooter. And something that I really want to do is I want to go back to the local range that I went to, and I want to go and shoot more. Just because it's really good stress relief. Because, like, you just feel the power in your hand. And it's just really good stress relief to do it. It's the same thing when I do kendo and kenjutsu. Same kind of stress relief, just with swords and not guns. And it's kind of ironic in that way, because I'm a relatively peaceful person. Like, I mean, just look, I have a daisy in my ear, and I'm intending to look adorable, even if I won't admit it. But I know a lot about weapons, like a lot about like swords, a lot about history. You know what? I'll actually use my Colt 45. Okay, so that is correct. So I was looking at the amount of ammo that's on the Colt. I'll try to see if I can point at it. So if you look at the ammo counter down there, 7 rounds. That's about right. 7 rounds in the mag. Like, I think you can do 7 or 8 depending on if one's in the chamber or not. But the 1911 is a single stack magazine, so what that means basically is that it's a single round at a time. So you put them all on the top, and then you just push them down. So a lot of more modern pistols, like say the Glock, they are a double stack. So you'll put in 2 rounds, and that's why it has a higher mag capacity. So like a Glock can have an insane amount of ammo, while the 1911, you can get like a 10, 15 round mag, but it like extends really far. The streamer has a possession of a very dangerous item. Drop the glasses or else. I'm sorry. Like I didn't do it, officer. Hey, welcome to the stream, Orchid. Good to see ya. I know it's a bit of a later stream, but I'm glad to have ya. Yes, low poly models. Though I have to wait till they get closer, otherwise they leave the truck and I have to go down there and shoot them. And I also have to adjust the audio sometimes, because like the guns are still fairly loud. Wait, I could have destroyed the truck the entire time. Like, even if Medal of Honor Allied Assault is the one-man army trope, like in Halo, I still really love it. Like, it makes you feel like that badass hero. Like, you don't have to be just another grunt in the army. Like, you actually feel like you're playing a pivotal role. And that makes your story more unique, I think. Because I think it makes you connect more with the character, because, like, you feel how powerful they can be, and like because they're not, it's a one-man army situation. You, not only do I think you connect more with the character, but it also just like it makes them more recognizable. So like you know the Master Chief, you know Captain Price. Not that Lieutenant Powell is really a well-known character, but you like when you have played these games before and you play this, like it's like, oh, I'm playing as Powell or I'm playing as this character.
Hurry, Powell! Get in the back of the truck.
Oh no, ew! I would never be an officer of the law. Keep going.
Outstanding work in North Africa, Lieutenant. Operation Torch was a success. With our forces pressing Rommel from the west.
Oh yeah, I gotta.
Germany's British troops closing in from the east, it looks like the Africa Corps' days are numbered. Major Grillo was quite impressed with your actions, and he specifically requested you for this next mission.
Yeah, but how you doing, Orchid?
I tell you is top secret. As you may know, our primary advantage against the
That goes for everybody. How's everybody doing
lies in
tonight?
Our ability to detect them with ship and airborne radar.
I was extremely sick today. I had to leave work early because I was weak.
A kind of radar detector called the Naxos, which will enable wolfpacks to find the blind spots in our patrol sweeps and once again attack Allied convoys with impunity. This would give the enemy a tremendous advantage, shifting the balance of power in the Atlantic back to the Germans. The British are researching a way to neutralize this new technology, but I fear it won't be ready in time to prevent the carnage that could result from this Naxos detector.
Doing pretty good, feeling a bit sick as well, but nothing major.
Major Grillo has infiltrated.
Oh, it's the U-boat mission! I love this mission! I'm trying to wave my arms around happily, but it only, like, barely picks up my hands.
Your mission is to rendezvous with the Major, assist in destroying the existing prototype unit, and steal whatever research documents you can find. This action should set the enemy back long enough to give the British...
I like how I kind of blend in here, so like I can just like lift my arm. It's like, okay, this is our objective.
The Allied convoys that traverse the North Atlantic are the lifeblood of the war effort, Lieutenant.
It's like, blah, 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 destroy this. Blah, 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 this is dangerous. Blah, 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 World War II.
Destroyed at any cost, no matter what may happen to you or Major Grillo. Your transport, manned by the Norwegian Resistance, departs at 0400 tomorrow, so get some rest. You'll receive additional briefing material once you're established in the field. Good luck, Lieutenant. I expect to shortly see you and the Major back here in London.
Oh no, I forgot that I have to go through the snowy level first before I get to the U-boat. Oh, hi Prism, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Teacher Eno, teaching us war history. Class, shush, I want to pay attention to the lecture. Okay. Yeah, but you can see the issues with running this at a higher resolution. We're literally in a box. Skybox. Oh yeah, this is the level with the German shepherds. Oh, I'm not gonna have fun with this.
I'm now standing in front of the window. You should be able to see me through the scope. I'm going to take out the guards at the gate.
How does one gun with nubs?
Then watch the perimeter for any reinforcements.
Speaking of, I'm gonna turn the master volume down just a little bit more because guns are loud. I don't know, very carefully, I would say. Like, I actually keep accidentally pressing this button to make my gun go away, so my nubs are just really hard to game with. Well, I also mentioned that, like, I'm speaking telepathically. And that whole time I was explaining, like, Grillo was having an issue with fighting those soldiers, and I was just, it's like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna talk to my audience while he's just fighting for his life over here. Yeah, because just imagine, like, my nubs on my keyboard, it's just like, it's me, like, smashing all of the keys together, and who knows, maybe I have, like, a giant keyboard. Thank you very much for your MP40. I will be using that. Yeah, like I said, this is supposed to be an espionage mission, but like, just by this introductory bit, firing these weapons, like, this whole base should be on alert right now. Like, everybody should know that there is somebody here with a weapon. Like, the MP40 is not a really loud gun, like in real life, but it's still loud. Like, it's like comparing like a bottle rocket to a firecracker. Chicken peck, it's a giant keyboard. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it's almost like those little kid keyboards that are like gigantic and they have like all the shapes and stuff on it. That's kind of what my keyboard is with the nubs. Yeah, like, by this point, I really feel like they should have made the base go on high alert. Oh, here comes the German Shepherd. Yeah, dog lovers do beware. There is some German Shepherd, like, German Shepherds in this level. So if that's something that you're not really wanting to see. I mean, they're low poly, and they're, like, yeah, but still. I just wanted to kind of make that warning just in case there's anyone who, like, loves dogs and doesn't want to see them get hurt. Damn you, now I'm really reinstalling Medal of Honor Allied Assault. I might even play Medal of Honor PS1 games, too. Well, hey, you're welcome. Like, I'm glad that me playing this gets people to play it more. Because, like I said, my dream is eventually playing this, like, on my own server with my community. Because, like, that would be... I would be ecstatic. Like... Even the music from this game just makes me tear up because I just have so many good memories with it. I'm a mantis. I'm typing with the size. At least they're thinner. Well, with your size, do you have like more precision, so you like you just use the end of it, or do you have to use like the tip top of it? I think that's an interesting concept, like having different... Okay, that actually made me jump. Having different keyboards for different species, like accommodating for each one's unique biology. Okay, who's next? I love it when I encounter music that makes me cry, because then you know it's powerful. Yeah, the composer for this soundtrack, geez, like, I had the pronunciation of his name correct, but then I lost it. It's Michael Giacchino. He is the one who did the soundtrack for, I believe, Jurassic World and a bunch of other films. Like, he is a very famous composer. Oh no, he did the soundtrack for Spider-Man No Way Home. That's what I remember him from. Very talented composer. Like, you can see a lot of, like, the echoes of the stuff that he did in this game in some of his future works. It's incredible what he's able to do. Probably one of my favorite modern composers. Like, him, James Horner, Hans Zimmer, they're probably some of my favorites. I think he also did the soundtrack for Lost as well. Because there's a song in this game that he used like some of the same notes for in one of the songs in Lost. But don't even get me started on Lost. I watched a little bit of it, but I was, as the name of the show suggests, very lost because I had no idea what was going on. And I still don't. Like, it's been like what, like almost like 15 years or something since it went off the air. And I still don't understand anything that went on in that show other than the smoke monster and the fact they were on a deserted island they couldn't leave. Oh, and the Dharma Corporation. And the only reason I know that is because in Half-Life 2 Episode 2, there's a Dharma logo on one of the walls. Or Dharma Initiative, that's what it was called. It wasn't the corporation. It's like, what if I just, like, watch that show and try to explain the plot, like, badly? It's like, oh, this is what happens here. Deserted island, airplane crash. Smoke monster, polar bears. Universal Entropy. I guess I'm remembering more of the plot than I thought, because, like, I don't know, like, it's been years since I've watched that series. But if I'm on the topic of, like, shows, a really good World War II show that I recommend, Band of Brothers. For those who have not seen that, I highly recommend it. Very, very good World War II show. Band of Brothers and kind of a stereotypical movie, but Saving Private Ryan. Those are two really good ones. Okay, enter the main facility. Got the research documents, so I gotta leave. Yeah, but for real, like, at this point, you'd think that they would have put the base on high alert. Like, I mean, with all of these people that have been shot, and all the noise that I'm making, like, they would have had an entire army after me by this point, but... Excellent tactical thinking, my friend. Lost was the friends we made along the way. For sure. Band of Brothers is very good. Same with Pacific. Yeah, 100%. Another film that I like, Letters from Iwo Jima. I think it's a Clint Eastwood film. And it tells the story of World War II, like the Battle of Iwo Jima, from the Japanese perspective, which is unique because you don't really get a lot of insight into that perspective of the war. And it's also a tie-in movie with, I can't remember the other Clint Eastwood film. But, like, it was the Japanese perspective for Letters from Iwo Jima, and then the other one was the perspective of the Americans. Like, it was a dual film. Or at the very least, they reused a lot of, like, footage in between the two films. Like, I really enjoyed it. Because I'll be the first to admit, I don't really know a lot about the war in the Pacific. Mostly the European conflict. Because my great-grandfather was primarily in Europe, and after World War II he went into Korea, but primarily in Europe, like, was at the Battle of Rome, Sicily, France, and the Rhineland. So he was in a lot of different areas of the war. But it's a shame because a lot of the photos that I had of him from the war were lost because my great-grandmother's house was lost in a tornado, so a lot of those photos no longer exist. Or at the very least, if they do exist, they're probably buried in the mud somewhere. Hello, such a great game. Hello, Easy How To Guy. Welcome to the stream. I am Eno, and yes, this is a very great game. It is my favorite game of all time, actually, because I had a blast with this game. Lots and lots of good memories with it, and I really am glad to share it with my community and everyone else who wants to see it, because this is a game that I really feel like should be brought back into the modern limelight. It's just a shame that it's really hard to actually play it nowadays. Like, I had to actually install a fix just to play this. Which is why, if you look at the skybox here, you can literally see, like, where the skybox is physically. Because that's an issue with the increased resolution. Because I had to go into the files and actually manually config the game to launch at 1080p. My great-grandfather was in the Pacific. He brought back a Japanese officer's sword. Nice! I know a little about the Japanese officer's sword, so, like, there's a lot of, like, nationalism, in Japan at that point in time during World War II, so they've tried to bring back the samurai spirit, so they started producing katanas again. Let me see what the name of that is, actually. Because I used to know the name. It's a gunto. So anything that was produced after the Edo period is, or at least a certain time, was considered a gunto. Because some of the swords were made out of the same, like, Tamahagane steel from the samurai era, at least as far as I'm aware. But then, as the war went on, they had production issues. They started making cheap blades. But nowadays, most katanas that you find are made out of high carbon steel or spring steel, and even stainless steel, which is a way to probably break your sword, because stainless steel is only made for like knives. Need to get up into that guard tower so I can get some health. It's just AFK on defense on Warframe, looks at Scream. Yep, won't die. Frontline Underground are my favorite Medal of Honor games. Frontline's great. I actually remember in 2001, I had a poster of Frontline in my bedroom, and I still own a copy on the GameCube. I actually had an unopened copy of it for a long time, but I lost that in a move. Frontline's really good because it really ties in with Medal of Honor Allied Assault really well. Because a lot of the soundtrack was like used between the games and some of the sound effects and what have you. I didn't really get to play Underground, unfortunately. I mean, I did play the Game Boy Advance version, but I didn't really get to play a lot of the other games. Rising Sun, for example, is a very underrated title. I really love Medal of Honor Rising Sun. Had a blast with the multiplayer on that. Frontline had a lot of fun with the multiplayer on that as well. European Assault, I think, was the last one that I really played, because I did play Airborne, but European Assault was fun, but it didn't really capture the same magic as the earlier games did. At least for me. Still fun, but just not something that I would, like, go out of my way to play. And I think what's really cool about me streaming this, it's a mixture of the new and the old. So, like, it's like, I'm a VTuber playing a game that came out in 2002. So I'm kind of like bringing it full circle. It's like this is a childhood thing, and now it's mixing with the modern day with my Twitch entertainment. Oh yes, it was a whole movement during the time. Some sort of attempt to recreate a golden age in the eyes who were empowered. Wasp Prime. Are you enjoying your Wasp Prime on Warframe? Hey Eno, guess what? Chicken butt? Multiplayer on Rising Sun was great. Love the map and 2 boats. I love Shima Field on Rising Sun, the baseball field. And a lot of the time I would do one-hit kills, which is a preset of weapons that you could use for multiplayer. I would use that one primarily just because it made the matches go by really quickly. And I loved the Well Rod. That map and the Pearl Harbor map with... Yeah, that was the 2-boat one, the Pearl Harbor one. Oh, thank you, Blaze. Thank you for the subscription. That means a lot. I've been a little under the weather today, so that brought a smile to my face, so thank you, Blaze. Yeah, like, I had to come home from work today. Like, I made it, like, the first 3 hours of my shift, and then I just had to bail, because I could barely get up and assist people. I couldn't. Like, I came home and I went to bed, and I slept until, like, 8 o'clock, because I'm feeling better now. I think it was a stress. Like, I was just stressed out from a lot of stuff, and because yesterday I took my mother to the zoo to go see, like, the sloths and stuff. I posted pictures in the server. I don't know if you're into podcasts at all. If you are, I would definitely recommend Hardcore History by Dan Carlin. A lot of my understanding of the Pacific comes from his show. Well, here, I'll actually shoot one back at you. Simple History. Animated YouTube channel, does a really good job of explaining stuff in really simple terms. Probably one of my favorite animated YouTube channels. What do you do for a job? So I sell garden supplies. So, I mean, I guess the daisy kind of gives it away. Oh, wrong ear. I guess the daisy kind of gives it away, but I sell garden stuff. So I sell garden stuff, and I sell plants and other accessories. So if you need help with any plants, I'm your spirit. But to be fair, I don't really know a lot about plants. I just sell them. Very much, I'm just sitting here AFK on defense, and all the enemies can't get near me because of the moat I receive from giving shocks. Yeah, I played a little bit of Warframe last night, but I'm still trying to, like, find time to stream that. Like, I'm kind of getting into the gear of streaming later in the night, because I usually stream during the day, and I need to get over that fear of streaming at night. So, gentlemen, you're playing cards, so how about I give you look at my paperwork? If I remember right, all these guys have the same hand. Let's see, what does he have? He's got a jack, 10 of spades, Oh, they actually don't have the same hand. Interesting. And if I remember right, like, if you click on something here, these guys start doing calisthenics, but I don't remember exactly how to do it. Oh, there he goes. I love this. Man, that guy is jacked if he's doing that. Like, and then one of them starts doing, like, a German, like, Lederhosen dance. I think I have to click this again, maybe. Okay, so they just do that. I mean, if you're on guard duty, I mean, you may as well. Okay, so he's holding his rifle while doing that, so, like, props to this German soldier, because, like, wow. Okay, there he goes. I'm from New Zealand, so you may have to post the points to me. Oh, well, welcome to the stream from New Zealand. I think you're probably the first resident of New Zealand who's actually been on my streams, so welcome. So this part kind of gets into the espionage factor of the game. So I'm disguised right now. I can blow my disguise at any time. So, for example, I'll actually do a save point right here. So if I really wanted to... Oh, thank you for the follow, Easy How To Guy. So, what's cool is that it gives you the option to blow your cover at any time. But, I mean, I do want to run it somewhat legitimately, so... Oops. But yeah, it's cool that it gives you that option, because it's not... in a lot of games, like, say, for example, Call of Duty World War II, where you have these stealth segments, you don't really get to... You don't really have an option as to what you do. You have to do it a certain predetermined path, but...
Wonach suchen Sie denn? Stimmt etwas nicht? Interessieren Sie sich für den Prototyp? Soll ich Sie allein lassen?
Dude, you didn't even give me a chance to answer your first question. Like, I get you're passionate about your project, but give me a chance to answer. He's like, can I help you, sir? Are you interested in the prototype, sir? Should I leave you alone, sir? Well, I'm sorry to say... Oh, dang it. I'll actually put a save point there, just in case that happens again. Because in the one instance that the guns actually alert the enemy is the time where you have to do a stealth segment. Otherwise, when was the last time you played this game? Fully? Probably not. Probably like 2015. And it was with a physical disc copy. But now that I have the GOG edition, I don't have to worry about that. But still, it's like, I still have that physical disc copy, because it was the 10th anniversary collection, so it had Allied Assault and a bunch of other games in it, like Airborne and Pacific Assault. But I'm playing the War Chest edition on GOG, so if anyone's curious on how I'm playing this... wait, why are they shooting me? Dang it. I guess maybe I have to smack them all. Usually, like, me just going in and shooting them works, but... I'll try it one more time. Okay, door is shut. Hello, friend. Okay. So, there wasn't really any noise, so hopefully... what does that say? Decode nicked in... I guess that's something about, like, an electric hazard, I guess. Some of this German I can understand, but not a lot of it. So, like, for example, some of the intercom announcements, I can tell what he's saying, but only brief, like, snippets. Oh, come on! Maybe I have to wait until, like, they move away, because maybe they're hearing the gunfire even though they're not supposed to. Yeah, because I was just mentioning earlier how, like, when I was using the MP40, like, the whole base should be on alert, but then I'm using a suppressed weapon, and then, for some reason, they all know. So, let's see. That was a complete accident, but if this actually works, I'm gonna die laughing. Yep, that didn't work. Yeah, I'm not sure why, because it could just be like a bug that I'm experiencing, because that's supposed to work. Like, you're supposed to just go in with your suppressed weapon and it's supposed to work, but I mean, it's not a big deal if it doesn't. I just want to play the map legitimately. I've got some German friends I hang out with. I picked a bit... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is like pistol whipping them. Oh, yeah, they're probably on alert. I'll try it one more time. If it doesn't work, then I'm just gonna play it off as it's a soft lock. Yeah, because like immediately they're like, oh, we've got an allied soldier here. Maybe I'll pistol whip the first guy and then shoot the other two, because maybe I'm too close to the door. Because, like, I know a little bit about game design, so maybe I'm not a whole lot, but enough to kind of understand a little bit. So maybe I'm just within the detection range of their earshot. So maybe I have to get a little closer and kind of get, like, over to the side. So, like, over here. Okay, let's try this one more time. Because if I play my cards right... Ah, damn it, he shot. I know I said one more time, but it's like, I want to get this done. Yep, there they go. It's like I so badly want to get this to work because I want to showcase the stealth elements of this mission, but it's like, too bad. It's like we're gonna give Eno a hard time today, which, I mean, I don't want a hard time, but okay. See, attention, attention. He's talking a little too fast for me to understand him. The only thing I got from that was attention, attention. Ah, you mother... you know what? Screw it. We're going loud. Because I think, like, when I get to the next section, it'll automatically get me back into stealth mode. Be back, gotta go take a shower. Alright, no problem. Stealth is optional. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're going with Payday 2 rules here. Did he just say Schweinhund? Like, did he call somebody a pighound? Like, did he just, like, subtly insult me over the intercom? Like, I thought I heard Schweinhund, but I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna go off the assumption that they're non-hostile. So hopefully I can get past this without alerting them. But something that's always fascinated me is that I didn't really know that, like, when I was younger, I had no idea that there were submarines in World War II, which is really cool to think about. Like, these are the German U-boats. There's a couple crashed, like, sunken U-boats that you can dive to, like, they're shallow enough to dive to, as far as I'm aware. And there was a U-boat that, during the war, like, the German soldiers that were inside the U-boat tried to scuttle all of the paperwork and documents. Oh, no, they do know I'm here. Well, I'm going loud and I'm proud. I mean, later on, I'll probably, like, post the VOD, and then somebody will point out, like, oh, you should have did this, should have done that, but it's okay. Because usually that works, but, like I said, the game has so many issues just running that I wouldn't be surprised if something like that bugged out. Yes, I need papers, even though I've completely destroyed half of their garrison here. So I like how everybody's, like, going, like, crazy on me, and then there's just this one guy that's staring at the gun. There are submarines as far back as the First World War, which is crazy to think about how submersible's more than 100 years old by this point. Yeah, and I think there was even experiments as far back as the Civil War. I don't remember exactly how that panned out, but I think there was, like, experimental technology as far back as the Civil War. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to sneak your way up here because there's going to be an officer here. There's somebody in an officer's uniform. Something about if you see this person, something along those lines. So it's like attention, attention. There's somebody with an officer's uniform. So that's what he said over the intercom. But there's an officer right there, down there, and you're supposed to show the papers to him, but you don't have the clearance to get through. So what you're supposed to do is come in with your suppressed weapon, shut the door, shoot an officer that's in here, and then take these papers. But since all of them are dead, it's pointless. So when you get the level 2 papers, it'll let you proceed to this next area without alerting anybody. But since it's redundant, because I already killed most of these people... The symbol that's on the U-boat kind of looks like a guy that's about to, like, dunk. It almost looks like the Jordan logo on the Jordan shoes. So I guarantee when I get in here, they're gonna immediately start shooting me. Yep. Yeah, so that reminds me, like, for those in my chat who have been watching the Resident Evil Dune der Untersiege. So for those who've been watching the Resident Evil 6 streams, there's a submarine bit, like you have to, like in Ada's campaign where you have to infiltrate a submarine, but there's like a lounge area, there's an office area that looks like a fancy hotel room, and it's like, that's not how submarines work, Capcom. Like, sure there might be fancy areas inside a nuclear sub, but, I mean, not to that extent. A luxury submarine. Yeah, yeah. I've met a few people who were... I met a few former Navy people who have been in submarines before, and... like, I've asked them, like, okay, I was like, oh, well, what's the deepest depth you've ever went? And they said, I can't tell you, it's classified. I appreciate the dedication to their oath, as well as the fact that, yeah, like, some depths of these submarines are classified. Your cover has been blown. Gee, you think? And so will the submarine here in exactly 40 seconds. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't fall into the water. I don't think you can, but that would have sucked. I also like how I had a magical change of clothes, too. Right, there's still a lot that is relevant to national security. Yeah. Like, there are things that I've been told by people, like, that I, like, because I have a lot of friends who've been in the service and or actively in the service, and there's a lot of things that I can't tell people because they told me, and in confidence, and because of those issues, I'm not allowed to tell people either. It's like, it's one of those situations, like, if I tell you, then I'll have to kill you. Like, even some of the stuff that I learned when I was in ROTC, like college ROTC. Like, it's not like crazy stuff, but stuff that I'm not allowed to talk about, really. Because, like even, like, the gym. Like, there was a gym area that we went to where we did, like, all of our battle drills. There was a sign out front that said military access only. Like, even then, like, even just, like, the gym itself was, like, regular people at the college were not allowed to go into. Like, you had to be in full uniform. Also, another feature of this game that I'd like to point out that I've not seen replicated in really any game since, or at the very least, I don't remember it off the top of my head, is if you look at these barrels of oil, usually when you shoot a crate or something, it's like, oh, well, there's a bullet hole, you know, big whoop. But when you shoot a barrel, it actually empties the barrel of oil wherever you shoot it at. I just think that's really cool that it's directionally based, too, so it creates a puddle of oil wherever you shoot it at. Not a really, like, exciting feature, but it's a nice little detail that a lot of people probably would overlook. I'm probably gonna die, because... Yep, there we go. I don't even know what killed me. Like, the shot was just so quick, I didn't even see it. ROTC training, I was considering that at one point. Like how submarine exercises are constantly going on in the Arctic. Yeah, like, college ROTC was awesome. Like, I've told this story before on stream, but I was actually going into the military at one point. I was gonna go through the college ROTC program. I was gonna do a lot of really cool stuff. I almost got the chance to ride in a Chinook, because we were gonna do a training exercise in, I think it's Camp Crowder, Kansas. We were gonna take the Chinooks, and we were gonna do ruck marches there, and some other training exercises and battle drills. But COVID happened, and we didn't get the opportunity to go. However, after that, later in the year, I went to the local recruiting office, and I did some paperwork, got all my fingerprints done, and I was going into the Army. I just didn't get the, I didn't go to MEPS, though, so... All the paperwork was done. I was, like, he told me, like, hey, this is what you're gonna do. I took my ASVAB test, but I just never got back with the recruiter on my MEP state, and I just never went in. Part of me is glad that I didn't, but there's that other part of me that's like, okay, well, what if I did, you know? Like, how would my life be different had I actually taken that opportunity? It's just a what-if kind of scenario. Because, like, I was really wanting to, like, have a military career when I was younger. Like, when I was in the 8th grade, I was obsessed with joining the Marine Corps. Like, I would get books and, like, stickers and all sorts of, like, Marine-related stuff and books. I would check out stuff at the library all the time about, like, the military. Because I really wanted to do it, but then, as I got older, like, I just started losing interest because I got into TV production stuff, and... While I could have went in the military with TV production as a job, I just, I don't know, there's just that part of me that just feels like I don't have the heart to really hurt somebody, you know? I mean, self-defense is one thing, but I just never had the heart to just go and do that. I guess it all worked out in the end, though, because if I had joined the military, I wouldn't be here. I would probably be doing something else. So I guess it worked out because I'm here and I'm happy. And that's the important thing, right? I considered doing World War II reenactments or like MilSim at one point. I'd probably do military, like a World War II reenactment or something. Just to kind of see like the experience of, because they'll teach you like small unit tactics and stuff like that, and that's stuff that I'd like to learn. Plus, it would be nice to kind of like get quite literally into my great-grandfather's shoes and kind of experience at least a simulation of what he went through when he was in the war. Something about an intruder. I don't see anything. Yeah, after that phrase, they completely lost me. I know a little bit, but I'm not fluent. Like, I know enough to like catch certain phrases. I gotcha. My high school art teacher was in the Army, and she did a lot of cool stuff, but even said she lost interest after a while because she wasn't a killer. I'm certainly not either, unless necessary. Yeah, and that's the big reason why I didn't join, is because I don't feel like I could do that sort of thing. As much as I would like the experience of, like, going and visiting other places, and they even told me, like, I mean, yeah, trusting the word of an Army recruiter is a really good idea, like, don't, but, they told me, like, okay, a deployment doesn't necessarily mean a combat deployment. So my recruiter was telling me, like, if you're deployed, that could just mean that you're going to a base overseas or in another part of the country, and you're just doing your job there. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean a combat deployment, but, you know, I'm not holding my breath, because even National Guard units get sent overseas. So, like, even if you're, like, in the National Guard, which is supposed to be, like, your state militia force, basically, or your state military force, you can still get sent overseas. Like, there's a combat rotation, so, like, U.S. Army units or, like, military units will get sent overseas, and then after a certain amount of time, when the tour is over, they get transferred out, a new set of troops comes in, and sometimes that's National Guard units. Because the National Guard is still effectively part of the U.S. Army, so even if you are technically, like, part of the state force of the National Guard, you can still be deployed overseas. Plus, I want to retain my sense of control. I don't like being forced in situations I don't agree with. Yeah, and that's that's a big reason I started doing martial arts, because, like, I wanted to fight my own battles. I didn't want to have to fight someone else's battle. Like, and because I have such bad anxiety, I don't think I would have been able to handle the stress of a drill sergeant yelling in my face, which, you know, I understand the teaching conventions behind it, because you need to, like, they do it to build you up after they break you down, because they need you to be able to handle the stresses of that situation. But because of, like, the anxieties that I have, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I actually had the opportunity to train with me, become part of the NSA, but I passed it up for that reason. Yeah, they would give you a lot of good opportunities, but, like, most people that I've met, like, say that they don't regret it, but, that a lot of them got treated really terribly after they came home. Because, like, you always hear that conversation of, like, oh, the VA did this, the VA did that. Which is not far from the truth, because I have lots of family members and friends who were in the service who got screwed over by the VA. But yeah, that's enough negative talk on my part. Let's get back to the game. So, what I really liked about Medal of Honor Allied Assault is that a lot of these missions were... And if I'm misinformed on anything, feel free to correct me as far as like those are concerned, but what's really cool about Medal of Honor Allied Assault is that a lot of these single-player missions get reused as multiplayer ones. So this is a multiplayer map that you can play. They're sending the entire Wehrmacht after me? It seems like it. Like they're sending the entire Wehrmacht after me. I mean, I can handle it, but it's like, wow. But they're only attacking you one at a time, like a Bruce Lee movie. Yeah, if they were smart, they would have all, like, just ganged up on me, but... Like, they wait to shoot, like... Ooh, got a little bit of a stutter there for a second. Yeah, but this game is, from what I remember, is rated T for teen, and you can see why. There's literally no blood at all. Like, there's barely even decals for your bullets. Like, you can barely see the decals from these guns. Which I'm impressed that there is bullet decals. But I'd also like to point out another error on the weapons. So, the high standard pistol, I don't remember exactly what gun it is, but I can tell you for a fact that putting a suppressor on a handgun does not make it a bolt-action handgun. Like, we've basically turned this into a single-shot gun, because, like, what he's doing essentially is, like, manually... I mean, I'm not saying that it's wrong to do this way, but it's wasteful and dumb, because it's an automatic. So, he's shooting it and then putting a new round in every time. But this is an automatic gun. You don't have to worry about that because it does it for you. So what he's doing right here is pointless because he could just continuously fire this thing. Not only that, the suppressed handgun is really powerful. Like, if you hit them like above the chest area, it instantly kills them. Have you been to the lighthouse yet? Can't remember when that mission was. I think so. I was at the lighthouse earlier. I think it was the second mission. Oh, we got Jess! Jess, welcome, welcome, welcome! Jess is another spirit, ladies and gentlemen, so go give them a follow. I always love it when other spirits come into my chat. Yes. I like how he was firing that gun even though I knocked him off balance and somehow he was still shooting it at me. But yeah, now that I think about it, this is pretty one-to-one to the multiplayer map. Like, I think you can even go into the vents in the multiplayer map. Which, I mean, I guess it saves on a lot of, like, development time if you're just taking the campaign maps and making them multiplayer. But there are small modifications that they do to make them fit for multiplayer. Oh no! See, my German is a little rusty, so, like, what they just threw at me, the stick grenade, it's called the style hand grenade. I think it's, like, literally translates like stick hand grenade or something like that. But my German is about as rusty as, oh, I don't even know. It's just rust. Yeah, but like I said, no blood. No blood, no wounds. Just death. Rusty has an old boat. Yeah, Rusty has a German U-boat that sunk during the war. Like, mostly a lot of the German phrases I know are like, wie geht's, which is like, how are you? Guten Morgen, good morning. I think one phrase that I use, like if I meet a native German speaker, but I'm trying to like have a conversation, it's something along the lines of Ich spreche kein Deutsch. I don't speak German, but I usually say like Ich spreche kein Deutsch sehr gut. I don't speak German very good. But there's different variations because like there's a lot of like there's a lot of words that mean different things, and words that you can use in different contexts. Kind of like how in English you have like 3 different ways of saying there, like there, and there. Same sound of the word, but different contexts. So like finding the context in German is kind of difficult for me. I have an app that I like periodically look at and I try to learn the phrases. I tried Duolingo for a little while, but like Duolingo, like I felt like they were gonna murder me if I didn't do my tests, so I just stopped. But yeah, if I learn a language, it'll probably be German because it's the most, like it's the one language I know the most of. Ah, das ist totale Scheiße. Ah, fick dich, Schweinhund! No, come on. I can make it, 22 health, come on. Up on the train! Whew! Fick dich, Schweinhund is fuck you, pighound, basically. I think my favorite German insult is Arschgeige, which is basically ass violin, and I'm like, first of all, like, hold up, like, ass violin. So are they implying that somebody is literally turning somebody over and playing an instrument on somebody's ass? Like what does that even mean?
Excellent work in Norway, Lieutenant, under very difficult circumstances.
Moin.
Thanks to your efforts, the Kriegsmarine wolfpacks that once terrorized the North Atlantic have been decimated over the past year by
history
naval
lesson.
and aerial patrols. With Allied shipping lanes secure, the door is now open for the invasion of Europe that we've been planning since the start of this bloody war. It's called Operation Overlord, and we're breaching Hitler's Atlantic Wall through the Normandy coast. The Germans know we're coming, and coming soon, but we've got them thinking that the invasion will be at Calais, well north of the actual landing beaches. This will be the largest amphibious invasion in history, Lieutenant, and you're going to be in the group that's leading the charge.
My favorite is Einzeller, or single-celled organism. So anytime you want to say somebody is dumb as an amoeba, there you go.
They need true combat veterans like you to help lead the attack.
They're very oddly specific, too. Like, they know how to insult somebody.
The landings will take place across 5 beaches, codenamed Gold, Juno, Sword, Omaha, and Utah. The British will land at Sword and Gold, the Canadians at Juno, and the Americans at Omaha and Utah. You'll be going ashore at Charlie's sector of Omaha Beach, just west of the Dog.
I have to rely on memory, but I think my great-grandmother said that my great-grandfather was at somewhere near Omaha Beach. Like, I don't know if he was actually part of the landing, but he was nearby. The only way that I'd find out is be able to, like, you know,
one more thing, Lieutenant.
Look into his records, but then again, a lot of those are missing.
The largest and most complicated operation that we've ever attempted, and in my experience, whenever things get complicated, things go wrong. But no matter what happens, I believe that with soldiers like you leading the way, we will prevail with this Allied assault. Good luck.
Name drop.
Lieutenant, and Godspeed.
So this mission is a set. If for those in chat who have seen Saving Private Ryan, this is pretty much a one-to-one recreation of the Omaha Beach section of Saving Private Ryan. Because I believe Spielberg actually worked on this game, or at least like corresponded with 2015 Inc. So that's why a lot of this looks like Saving Private Ryan. I mean, you can even see like once I start this, for those who have seen the movie, you'll see the similarities. You know, it's funny you put that emote there, Jess, because I just took a drink of tea.
Clear the ramp! 30 seconds!
Though it does take away the immersion when you see the skybox.
Spread out and stay clear of open beach. Port side, you with Pal. Starboard, you with me. Head for cover and get to the shingle.
Captain, I
I'll
thought
see
you were
on the
dead.
beach.
Didn't you die in the first mission? I know it's a different captain, but still same voice. Let me see, that's a sergeant first class. I used to know my army ranks very well, but nowadays I don't. It is, yeah, that's sergeant first class, because you can tell by the stripes, the amount of stripes. Because sergeant first class has one stripe on the bottom. If that's missing the stripe, it's a staff sergeant. And just 3 stripes is sergeant. So anything more than that is first sergeant, master sergeant, and then sergeant major. But that's probably out of order, but... yeah, because the games did that. Like, the Stalingrad scenes in COD are for the most part a copy of the Sniper movie. Oh, hey, Wild. I don't know if you saw that, chat, but for a brief moment there, like, that, they just were... Oh gosh, the guy's still there. That's his body. What the... You mean like that? So this level is very difficult. At least this part, because you have to go between cover and cover, and I never remember which way to go. Yeah, so the reason why these, like, metal spikes and stuff are here, these are actually barriers for tanks. Ah, damn it. So there was actually quite a few. There was quite a few tanks that were at the Battle of Omaha Beach, but that's what all these metal parts are for, is to prevent tanks from getting onto the beach. Here, I'll go this way this time. Okay, I gotta get to that medic. Come on. There we go. Come on, medic, no! You ass! Why didn't you give me health? This reminds me of a favorite multiplayer map in Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Yeah, boops of return. Yeah, your boop killed me. Thanks, Blaze. Okay, medic should be right over there. Oh no, the medic's dead! What am I gonna do now? Oh no, there's another medic. Here, medic, give me some health, please. Thank you. Normandy. Yep. Yeah, so you're supposed to be able to see the bunkers from here, But the problem is that because of the resolution and all the weird graphical stuff I have to work through, you can't actually see it because the culling is so screwed up in this game at this high resolution, so you can't see the bunkers. Because you're supposed to be able to see it from when you first land, but because of all the graphical issues this game has, like, you can't see it from here until I get really close up. Distance, yeah. I think that was technically my first online multiplayer game. I played it because my dad allowed me to try it for a bit. Same with World at War. I technically played that since release, even though I was like 5 then. So, yeah, like, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, I played a lot of that. I never finished it, but I enjoyed it a lot. I just loved how, like, whenever you killed somebody, they turned into a meat gib. Plus, Return to Castle Wolfenstein has a really weird story. See, there's the bunkers. Medic, give me health.
Go back down there and grab those Bangalore.
How about you get one of the privates to do it? I'm a lieutenant.
What the hell are you waiting for, Lieutenant? Get those Bangalore.
Can't we just get like a big stick and just like drag them over here? Fine.
What the hell are you waiting for, Lieutenant? Get those Bangalore. Bring up the Bangalore, Lieutenant. Get back here.
Here's your Bangalores, ass.
Okay, guys. Banger's coming your way. Come on. Move it. Move it. Heads up. Bangalore's coming through. Bangalores. Clear the shingle. Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole. Get down. Go. Go. Get moving. Come on. Go. Go. Minefield. Watch the minefield.
So there's going to be another thing I'm going to showcase here that's not well known, but I'll wait until I get to that certain point to do it. So there's a lot of weird things about this game that I know that not a lot of people know about, because I played it so much. Not only that, I can take out these MG42s up there. That's a grenade that's falling down back on me.
Covering fire! Go! 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 Got him crossing that trench over there! Find a way up the bluff! Take out the bunker gunners! You can get a clear shot! Wait for my signal!
I mean, I think I've got it, Captain. So if you completely skip the sniper rifle here, you can actually pick up a separate weapon. Problem is, I don't think I'm going to survive to get there because I'm under constant threat of... Yep, there I go. I forgot how hard this game was, man.
Stay in cover!
I'll probably save when they go. That way, whenever I die again, I won't have to worry about restarting from this first part.
Gotta find a way up the bluff! Gotta go up there and take
Oh, hey, it's that same Sergeant First Class from earlier.
Jefferson! Weber! You're up!
SFC.
Head for that trench over there! Covering fire! Go! Go! Go!
Come on, dude, you can do it. Oh, never mind. He's dead.
Gotta cross that trench over there and find a way up the bluff! Take out the bunker gunners! You can get a clear shot! Wait for my signal!
Covering fire.
Covering fire!
And a save.
Go! Go! Get moving! Come on! Go! Go!
Okay. So what you're supposed to do is that there's a Springfield sniper rifle in one of the craters over there. But what's not well known is that you can actually skip that and get a separate rifle. But I don't think I'm going to make it. I'm probably going to die. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. I'm gonna make a break for it. No! God dang it. I mean, it's Normandy. I don't expect anything easy.
Come on, go, go!
No, I picked up the rifle. Dang it. Okay. Get out of the way, Captain.
Go! Get moving!
Oh, it's still doing the screen thing. Okay. Okay. Ah, come on! I so badly want to do this, but no, I picked up the rifle again! Oh, this is a highlight if I've ever seen one.
Go! Get moving! Come on, go!
Well, maybe if you got your face out of my way, Captain. It's like you want, like, sure, you send all the grunts to do your dirty work for you. Like, that's pulling rank if I've ever seen one. It's like, oh, a potentially dangerous situation. Let's send Lieutenant Powell on his way to death. It's like, did he really think that anything else was going to happen besides my death?
Go! Get moving! Come on, go!
Okay, they're dead. Yeah, but the way that this works is I've actually, like, went up there with no clip and I've done some cheats to kind of see, like, how this works. So, right after you kill one, there is a German soldier that will immediately replace them after, like, a couple seconds. So, like, it doesn't matter how many of these soldiers that you kill on the MG42. They will immediately have somebody pick it right back up. Okay, I'm gonna make a break for it now. Come on, Powell, come on, come on, come on! Oh, sweet lord. I'm actually, like, my breath was kind of, like, going up a little bit. And I didn't get the rifle, which is good, because that's what I was intending to do. What MG42? I mean, as far as I can tell, this isn't my first rodeo, but I guess maybe I'm misremembering that there's no enemies here. But lots of ammo. Yeah, what was cool is that I watched a documentary on YouTube and some other videos. Apparently as recently as, like, the 2000s, or maybe the 90s, I don't remember exactly when it was. But there was somebody who was, like, examining, like, the old Normandy World War II bunker. And they found a German uniform that was just shoved into an air vent that was in almost perfect shape. And that's incredible that they're able to find that so many years after the war, and with how many people that go there annually, and it was just never found. So I found that really fascinating that something like that was found after all this time. Okay, so this is the thing that I'm mentioning. So for those who are in the chat who are Medal of Honor Allied Assault fans who have played this game before, you can actually skip the Springfield, and when you get to the bunker, you can pick up a Mauser Kar 98K instead of the Springfield. And this is probably the one opportunity that you get the car that is not in a scoped configuration in the game, save for multiplayer. So this is the only time really in the story that you get to use it. It's not a bad rifle, but it's not my first choice. I know that, like, I've seen a lot of people in multiplayer use this a lot, but, like, I don't know, it's just, it's bolt action, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's just, like, when you're going up against, like, SMGs and stuff in a small map, it's just probably not the best idea to have a bolt action rifle like this, unless it's scoped, because at least at that point you know it's going to instant kill something. But I just thought it was really interesting that I was able to do that. But yeah, I do also want to say, like, this is a lot later than I'm used to streaming. Like, because like I said, I was feeling really sick earlier, and I'm feeling better now, but... Oh, what am I doing? I have grenades. I don't know, I really like the ambiance, too. Like, the ambiance of this game is really good as well, because you see, like, you hear, like, all of the stuff happening in the background. Like, you can hear, like, all the gunshots and stuff, and just the fact that this is Normandy. Like, of course it's gonna be, like, all hell is breaking loose. But I'm really impressed that they were able to pull off, like, a battle of this scale back in 2002. Like, nowadays, it's not really that impressive when you look at other games that have pulled off much more massive battles. But at the time, it was incredible. Like, I was blown away by this. And really what got me into history was playing this game in general. Was like, I played this and, what else was on, something else on the N64 that I played. Oh, jeez. I don't know, there was, like, other games on the N64 that really got me into history, and this was, and, like, when I got into PC gaming with Medal of Honor Allied Assault, this is what got me into history and World War II in general. Ah, sweet revenge! Look at them all go! You see, gentlemen, that is why you don't put an MG42 facing at you. Because somebody like me can come in and just destroy your day. But see, like, just the sense of scale. Like, you can see, like, Allied troops, like, storming the beach now that we've taken out all of the MG42s. If you really feel like you want to, you can shoot at them. They don't take any damage. But at the same time, it's just really cool because you can see the sense of scale of this map. And for those who are, and for Garry's Mod players out there, there was a mod creator who actually uploaded this very map to Garry's Mod with a somewhat functional MG42. So anyone who's played Garry's Mod, this is a map that you can play. So if you're doing like roleplay or like a World War II Day of Defeat multiplayer kind of thing, this map is valuable. Yeah, let me see. Like, roughly about right there is where the Springfield is. So, like, I came from there, went over here, up through there. But it's kind of disappointing because on the campaign mission, you can't actually go into this upper area. But all this stuff back here is part of the multiplayer map. So, like, in some ways, you get an extension of the map. So, fun video games get you into very rich subject areas, like how AoE 2 got me into history in general. I was so confused, they were just sitting there staring at me. yeah, it just ends the mission right there. Let's see, mission statistics. Preferred weapon, Mauser Car 98K. Hits taken, 22. Enemies killed. Do I have deaths here? I also like how it has groin as a hit location. It's kind of obscured by my body, but my hit percentage for the groin was about 7.8%. Shots fired, shots hit. Yeah, it doesn't say how many times I died. At least I can't see any.
Let's check out this house. Some boys from the 101st could be trapped inside. Expect close contact.
Okay, so we've got the BAR. BAR, Browning Automatic Rifle. So, the fire rate of the Browning, depending on which iteration you have, it can have either a fast or a low firing rate. Preferred weapon of Clyde, of the Bonnie and Clyde duo. So, for those who are familiar with the famous Outlaws and bank robbing duo, the Browning Automatic Rifle was the preferred weapon of Clyde, if I remember correctly. But it's really fascinating because, like, for example, the Thompson, that was more well known as, like, the 1928 iteration, like the Chicago typewriter. Like, you know, you see all these iterations of these weapons, like, in different contexts, and it's really fascinating because, like, now you've got, like, they're being used in a large-scale conflict. But, like, I see, like, say, for example, like, some of the modern COD games using drum magazines on the Thompson. And while that's not unheard of, and there were instances of drum magazines being used in the war, it was just not very common. Because while it looks cool in movies and games, practically, like, for practical purposes, a drum magazine in World War II on the Thompson was not a practical way of going about it. Because that adds, like, imagine having a bag full of drum magazines with, like, 50, 60, 100 rounds in them. And you're carrying around, like, 5 of those. Like, that adds, like, maybe, like, 30 pounds to your weight. So, you don't want to be carrying around a ton of drum magazines, because, 1, they're unreliable some of the time, and 2, it's just a lot of weight to carry, and it's just a hassle. And loading them, like, loading your magazines, like, manually with all of the ammo, it's a pain. Yeah, the logistics just doesn't add up. Like, as cool as it seems in multiplayer games, it's just not a practical solution for battle, which is why the Thompson that you see in this game and other World War II shooters is the historically accurate version and the more practical version with just the standard magazines. Oh, hey, Tasty, good to see ya. I think you might have messaged me back, but I haven't checked my Discord, because I've wanted to focus more on the stream, because, like, trying to, like, de-stress as much as possible. Because I think the reason that I got so sick is that I was just so stressed from work, and, like, whenever I did that trip to the zoo yesterday, like, it took out so much energy from me. But I'm feeling mostly better. Like, you know, playing this game makes me happy, and sharing it with all of you makes me even happier, because just listening to the soundtrack of this game brought me to tears, because I love it just that much. And I just love that I get to share it with everybody, so that's awesome.
All right, some airborne boys.
Boy, are we glad to see you. We landed way off target, sir. We've been trying to find our regiment ever since.
And shot in the head. See, I told you that I can predict moments of this game, like, by heart.
There they are. Heads up!
That's okay, I didn't say anything major. Honestly, I think I've been feeling a bit stress sick as well. Certainly doing better than that guy, though. Yeah, he's certainly getting ahead of the game. I mean, I don't have any mind-blowing puns to say about that guy, but, I mean, I could take a shot at a pun and, you know... Yeah, but what I love about this is that it's more of an arcade shooter than anything else. Like, it's not overly violent, because like I said, there's no blood at all. It's literally just impact wounds, and they just collapse over. Like, so really it's easily accessible for people who may not necessarily like blood, but want to play a shooter. But again, it's really difficult to actually get this game to properly run, and stream. But I did see that somebody managed to get this game to run on a Steam Deck, of all things, which is insane. Because just getting it to run on a computer itself is hard, like on modern OS. But getting it to run on Steam Deck, that is an accomplishment all on its own. Like, if I could play this on the Steam Deck, I'd be a happy person. Not that I own a Steam Deck. I mean, I'd like one, but it'd be cool. Defend the front of the house. Okay. So I have to go to the front, get into this MG42. And I'm especially glad that I get to share this game with you as well, Tasty, because this is my favorite. Like, next to Star Fox 64, this is my favorite game of all time. Like, Star Fox 64 and this, like, they're pretty close as far as my #1 game. But my favorite list of games is a purely subjective one. It doesn't necessarily, like, reflect the quality of said games, especially compared to modern titles, but how I felt when I played them. So it's a very subjective list of what I like. I think that goes for everybody who plays, has a favorite game. Yeah, I think I streamed this on the Discord server once, but I don't remember how much I did stream. And I don't think I got very far either. Because back then Origin was still, because now it's the EA launcher, back then it was still Origin. But I can't actually get this game to run on Origin at all. So I had to go and purchase the game for like the 20th time in my life on GOG. Or GOG, or however you want to pronounce it. Yeah, so this is actually after Omaha Beach. I just did the Omaha Beach mission. And this is, I think, still technically Normandy, but it's just further inland. But another thing I'd like to point out here is, again, on the basic training mission, I pointed out that we got this MG42 here, but there's a big problem. There's no ammo in this MG42, because the ammo belts get fed right here, so you would pull this handle right here, lift up the back of the gun, and then you would put the rounds in through here. You can also use a magazine, because this also has a magazine that you can use as well. And that's the same concept as like the M249 nowadays. You can use a 5.56 magazine, I believe, in the SAW. But the problem is like we've got this ammo belt here. You could have literally just moved it over here and put it in the gun model, but they didn't bother to do that. And I understand it's like a lower resolution thing, and they're not really looking for realism necessarily, but it's like, as an adult and like knowing more about these firearms, it's like I can point out these inconsistencies. But kind of like in one of the other games that I streamed where I said that I loved it, but I could point out the imperfections with it, it's like it just makes me love it even more, because I can see like, oh, like this is something that I never knew as a kid. It's like I always assumed it was this way. Alright, I shouldn't be getting on too much longer. I've got an interview with an employer tomorrow. I really enjoy seeing you play games that you love. It makes me for a rich experience. Yeah, absolutely, Big. I actually have an interview tomorrow myself. I'm gonna have to get up early, get my hair cut. Then I'm gonna go to an interview tomorrow. Hopefully I get it, because I need to get out of the job that I'm currently in, because it stresses me out. A half track. It is for a receptionist position. So it's basically just like office work, but I'd much rather do office work than retail sales. Because at the very least, I'm not going to get screamed at by people who can't find a specific plant. Because it just seems like lately, like everybody's just been so much worse in retail. Like, they were mean before, but like nowadays, like they're getting like 10 times worse. Like, to the point that my body's, like, reacting to that stress. This destroyed tank has a floppy turret. wish I knew my Panzer designations, because if I did, I'd be able to tell you what kind of tank this was, but all I know is that it looks to be a Panzer. Thanks, I'm really trying to get it because it's remote and and the program is so great, and good luck with the interview. Yeah, for sure, I definitely need to get out of retail sales, because it's not for everybody. And I've been in retail sales for such a long time, and it's just, like, as I get older, I just feel more anxious doing it, because of, like, all this post-COVID stuff, retail sales just gets more stressful because we're running on a skeleton crew, so more and more people get mad because there's not as much help. Wait, is that a Sherman? Oh, hey, it is! Or at least, well, I think it is. It's hard to tell because of, like, the modeling, but it appears to be a Sherman. Which was one of the main battle tanks of the US during World War II. Which is, fun fact, you can actually go to Saipan, I believe, and you can find a Sherman that was sunk, like, when it was coming onto the beach, it got sunk in the water, and you can still go to that Sherman, because it's slightly above the water, and it's shallow enough you can swim to it. Alright, bye, Big. Thank you for popping into the stream. Always good to see ya. Good luck on your interview. Hope you get it. And if you do get it, let us know, so I can give you congratulations in the server. Ooh, that hurt. Yeah, another inconsistency, like, and again, I think it's just a modeling issue of the time, but, so the Thompson, whenever I reload it, see how he appears to pull something back there, but there's actually nothing there? So I believe that's where the charging handle of the gun is supposed to be located. I haven't really messed with a Thompson, looked at a Thompson closely, but, like, he's essentially doing nothing, pulling that back. Captain, could you speak up a little bit, considering I'm over there? So so how does this toilet work? Is that how you flush it? Huh. This bed looks pretty comfy, but this house I mean, it's comfortable looking. I mean, it's spacious, but, like, I wouldn't want to live... I don't think I'd like to live here. Yeah, because, like, you've just got, like, 2 bedrooms, and that's it. I'm sure, like, if they remastered this game, they'd probably do something similar to what, like, with the Dead Space remake, and then they'd add, like, stuff in rooms that were really bland and make it feel lived in. Because, again, it's all limitations of the time, and I still appreciate it for what it is, but it's like, the reason why a lot of these rooms are empty is because they're meant to be forgettable. They were supposed to look like they were lived in, but, like, for comparing it to, like, modern titles, you can definitely see the limitations. I just turned and I thought one of my ears was, like, flopping down, but that's just the way that I'm angled. I'm gonna die. Excellent teamwork, comrades. I mean, I'm very glad that you let me go in and get shot without giving me any supportive fire. Like, your training must have been great. Where? Oh. You know, even if it's limited, the game looks pretty good for the time. Yeah, 2002 was when this game came out. I think that's all of the snipers. Yeah, plus I'm also running it like double the resolution that it was intended for. Which, of course, is why you see all of these artifacts in the sky, like the literal skybox. Because it's a Quake engine, so this is all like an older iteration of the Quake engine that was licensed from id Software.
Okay, let's get back.
Which is why, like, when I open up the console, that's, I believe that's a Quake engine console. But what's funny is that the console commands for infinite ammo and God mode are the following. I don't think they'll work, and I'm not going to use it if they do. Okay, so wuss is all weapons, and then dog is God mode. That also could be a misremembering thing. But, like, I remember using those specific console commands to do certain things in this game. One more shot and I'm dead. But luckily, all I have to do now is destroy the Flak 88. Okay, that's why the tank was destroyed, because the Flak 88. Problem is, the Flak 88 has, like, no range. Like, clearly, I'm in its line of sight. That could very easily hit me. That thing has a relatively long range. I want to say that's, like, maybe, what, like 50 feet? 50, 60, 70 feet?
Target already acquired. Over. That's not a target. Over.
What, you mean like this?
Beautiful. That's the way to win a war.
That's not a target. Over. That's not a target. Over.
It is to me. Because the captain has done, like, nothing to help me. Wait, do they have, like, health vials on themselves? Because, like, if they do, it's like, hey, you know, could you... Yeah, you've got... Well, that's just a canteen, but at the same time. It's like, boys, I could use some medical assistance. It would be much appreciated if you provided some. Oh, another flak. Once you destroy the anti-aircraft gun, you'll be able to call in air support. No, okay, so why did we call in the anti-aircraft, or the... Why did we call in air support for this, but then magically we can't call it in for that? It's like, what? It's like, magically we have to go destroy an anti-aircraft gun that was there the whole time, but for some reason we were able to destroy this one? Where is the logic? He looks so pissed while you're trying to call an airstrike in on him. I was pissed. It's like, can we call an airstrike on this captain because he's doing nothing to help me? Actually, let me look around here and see if I can find any health, because maybe there's one around the gun. Not only that, there's also no crew to operate this. I mean, yeah, we probably incinerated them into atoms, but at the same time, there's no crew operating this Flak 88 gun. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, yep, this is gonna hurt. Let's see. Oh, so now you assist me, and somehow you're able to snipe an enemy on the MG42 from over here. Like, you guys, where were you like 5 minutes ago? Rangers lead the way, my ass. Yep, I knew that was gonna happen. It's like, for 1 minute they're good and they're helping me, but then the next, it's like, yeah, they can't. They're terrible. It's like either they're aimbot or they're about as dumb as a stormtrooper. It's like there's no in-between with these NPCs. But I think I'm gonna go forward a little bit and see if I can find some health, because overall, like, that's probably the thing that I need the most, is just a little bit of health. That's all I need. Because, like, 1 or 2 shots is all I can take. Because I know if I get in that bunker, I can get some health. I mean, sure, it offers an unintended side effect of realism, because it's like, yeah, if you get shot like twice, I mean, you're in World War II, you're not going anywhere unless you've got a medic. But like, I'm playing the game for the arcade factor. I'm not playing it for realism. Okay, there's one of the AA guns. Okay, slowly. Ease my way over here. Oh, dear lord, where'd you come from? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. There's one. Wait, so it's a singular anti-aircraft? Oh, they're gonna die. They're standing way too close to it. Watch this, he's gonna die. Why did he die? Why did he die and not the other guy? That makes, like, 0 sense. I don't understand. He was standing closer. He should have been the one that died. Video games make so much sense. Well, did Private Cobb, or whatever his name have like anything he dropped? No. Video games make so much sense. Yeah, but it's just like, it's hard to get over the skybox doing that. It's like we're quite literally in a simulation right now. It's like, because of the age of the game and just how hard it is to run on modern systems, it's like the game is quite literally running like on life support just to get it to run. Because getting the game to run entirely is a challenge. Because after that, if you get the game to run, you have to fix the resolution, because if you get the game to run to a certain resolution, then the game sometimes won't launch, so you have to fix that. Then after that, if you want to stream it on OBS, you have to download a patch in order to get it to run on OBS, because the game only picks up on OBS if it's a menu. So essentially what it did is that it added a perpetual and invisible menu to the game so I can actually stream it. So like there's so many factors to go in just to stream this one game. I don't mind, because I'm enjoying the fact that I get to stream this, but it's like, I really feel like this game would benefit from at least a re-release. Like, I don't care if they don't have to remaster it. Like, I'd be perfectly content if they just re-released it on modern systems with fixes.
Roger, target acquired. Target already acquired.
And it's shown that they're willing, like, in some ways, they're willing to at least cooperate with the community, because Battlefront 2, 2005, 2006, you can play that online again, even though Pandemic Games no longer exists. That's just the protective dome the Germans built, or the cube. Phew, that could have been bad. I had like 2 shots left in my Thompson. Let's just hope that the captain actually offers me proper assistance this time.
Take point. I'm right behind you.
Panzerschreck. So, okay, let me try that again. There we go. So, Tasty, so remember when we went to the Air and Space Museum and I pointed out the rocket launcher that was in the case? This is that same gun. And that's why this game is the reason why I freaked out so much when I saw it, because I'm like, oh my gosh, it's the Panzerschreck. I remember that when I was a kid when I played Medal of Honor. And I also want to point out that they literally, like, when they textured this, they just mirrored the texture. Yeah, so from what I understand, the Panzerschreck was created from, like, the design was originally created from captured Allied bazookas that they found in North Africa, I believe. They made their own iteration of it. But, which is why they look so similar. But as far as I'm aware, I think there might have been some cases of people dying from the backblast of this thing. The first time I saw this in Day of Defeat. Yeah, like, the Panzerschreck is, it's really cool. But I shouldn't use its ammo on just a random soldier. Because I believe I have to fight a Tiger tank later in this mission. Which would kind of suck if I just had the SMG. At least your teammate is immune to explosions, and everything else, apparently. Because he's like, take point. It's like, I don't want to take point. You're the captain. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Alley-oop. That's how you win a war. See, Captain, you're not cool enough to say phrases like that. Like, I'm the one doing all your handiwork, so I'm gonna steal your phrases and call them my own. Like, I am the Thomas Edison to your Nikola Tesla. I hope you appreciate the fact I'm stealing your quotes. Because I'm the one doing everything. Like, look at me. No, look at me. Don't moonwalk away from me. Look at me. I am the captain now. Maybe he enabled dog mode. Probably. I think he can die, he just has a lot of health. Because I think if he dies, it fails the mission. But where? I don't see anybody. Oh. Where did these guys come from?
Pathfinder, 101st. Good to meet you, Sergeant. I'm Ramsey, 2nd Rangers. You boys seen any strange-looking rocket launchers around here?
Yes, sir. Just down the road away.
So what do these weapons look like?
Well, sir, we didn't exactly see them. We just heard them from a long ways off. Never heard anything like it either.
Powell, take point. Gentlemen, move out!
Captain Ramsey, just go home. Like, I am taking control of this unit. Like, you answer to me now. This is a wartime promotion. I have made myself a colonel. I mean, can he really call himself a captain if he just hides behind everybody? Like, I know the captain's the one, like, giving orders to the unit, but still. I'm gonna die. Surprisingly not, but I have, like, no health, so I'm just gonna... I'm gonna do the cooking grenade technique and see if I can... Well, hey, I tossed the grenade as I died, so...
Sergeant Harrison, Pathfinder, 101st.
Good to meet you, Sergeant. I'm Ramsey, 2nd Rangers. You boys seen any strange-looking rocket launchers around here?
But see, one thing that the graphical resolution is really effective at is it shows you just how effective camouflage can be. So these enemies right here that I just killed, they blend in insanely well to the environment. Like, it's insane. To the point that you can't see them hardly at all. So it shows you just how effective the camouflage and the design of this game can be, because they can hide super easily. And it's also a draw distance and culling issue. But like, see, I don't even know who's shooting at me. Oh, for reals? I'm half tempted to take out my Panzerschreck and just go to town. I mean, it would be a waste of my ammo, but it's like, I'm sick of getting shot from absolutely nowhere. Okay. Well, at least it's health right here. Gives me an easy 50 health. Okay, is there more in here? Yes! Full health! And that also means that I'm saving, just in case. Move it, Captain Ramsey. Okay. May as well take the opportunity to wash up. Sun is shining, the birds are chirping, and soldiers like you should be burning in hell. I think I paraphrased that Sans quote, but close enough. But I can't really fault myself too much, because this is an old FPS that I'm playing on, like, medium difficulty. So this is a lot harder than what I'm used to. Because, like, some of these FPS games of this era, like, they go hard. Whenever you click that difficulty, like, modern FPS games, like, it's more, like, manageable, like, you really understand what you're getting into, and they really hold your hand a lot. This game does not hold your hand. Like, this was the era before Call of Duty added the, like, regenerating health feature. Because, of course, you know, this game led into the development of the Call of Duty franchise. But, that being said, the first COD game... Captain, I swear to the Lord, if you don't get out of my way... Yeah, like, I don't know who I hate more, Riku or the Captain Ramsey. But anyway, like, the first COD game actually had health, as well as, I think, Call of Duty 2 and 3. Because that's the way that the system worked back then. But then COD 4 came along, I think, and then they added the whole, like, regenerating health thing. It might have been 3 that they added that, but, like, because, like, when you got the health, like... and it doesn't regenerate, you pretty much have to play it really safe, otherwise you're done for. It always delights me when I hear your hatred for Riku. Yeah, like, I just imagine that every soldier that I'm shooting is Riku. It's like, I want to just go into WWE 2K 2022, get a Riku model, and just throw him out of the ring as many times as I want. It's like, bitch, like, 1 to 4? Okay, well, I'm gonna put you in a fucking tag team cage match. Yeah, like, I don't care. He can be as buff as he wants. I'm still gonna throw him out of the ring. Like, we'll do a Royal Rumble. Like, all of the characters that are in my stream lore. Because, I mean, I've pretty much developed a lore at this point. You're kidding me. Yeah, it's like, I just want to take Riku and just toss him out of a ring. I may actually do that someday, like, get into WWE 2K 2022, get Riku, or at least make a Riku, and just toss him out of the ring. Because it's like, Riku, this is what you get. Like, this is what you get for being a cheating bitch, throwing me out of the ring. It's like, if... Or even Soul Calibur, like, going to Soul Calibur because ring outs are a thing in that game. It's like, I'll just, like, pick, like, the cheapest character, like Yoshimitsu, and just ring him out, like, every time. It's like, oh, there's the second one, there's the third one. And then it'll be, instead of 1 to 4, it's gonna be, like, 1 to, or, like, it'll be, like, 4 to, like, 600. And Riku'd probably be like, who's keeping score? Like, Sora, I thought we were friends. It's like, well, too bad, you threw me out of the ring 3 times. Well, you're kind of getting its attention by You know what? I'm not even going to prevent the captain from standing there. It's like, I'm going to let the Tiger Tank blow him to bits. Because I'm sorry, Gordon Ramsay. I didn't know that you were, that you had everyone else do your work for him. Fight him for the right to be the captain of the Thigh Wind. Precisely. Wild, I see those eggplants. Okay, 60% health on that Tiger Tank. You moron! You ran right into me. I don't know if I'm going to be able to destroy the Tiger Tank now because of that one soldier that rammed right into me. It's like, oh, well, I gotta take one for the team. Did the grenades work against it? I really don't know if I can destroy it now. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so like I said earlier in the stream, the Tiger Tank is interesting because the Tiger 2, I believe, if the Tiger 1 and Tiger 2, there's only one functional model in existence. Like, there's, of course, like, non-functional ones, but the engine is, like, so... I don't know the exact workings of it, but the engine is so specialized that only one of them in existence is functional, and it was a captured one in North Africa. I think it's called, like, Tiger 151. And at, like, different events, like, the museum that houses it will sometimes, like, bring it out for shows. And I think one of the things that they said is that they don't like to bring it out too much because they want to keep the engine hours on it down, because once that engine is dead, it's dead. They can't, like, fix it. And I don't know if it's just the fact that the parts are just, like, aren't manufactured, or there's no way you can, like, make certain parts for it. But, like, it makes you wonder, like, there were so many that were built during the war, like, how is there only one that's functional? And I think the reason behind that is because, like, after the war, like, Germany, like, went into this really big disarmament phase by the Allies. And it wasn't until, like, the 60s whenever they were able to manufacture stuff in Germany. So, a lot of the stuff got scrapped, destroyed on purpose, just for the fact that they couldn't, like, bring it back, like, bring that back and, like, rebel against the occupation forces. But it's really fascinating because the captured Tiger that is still in use, like, that still works, it has bullet holes on it from the war. Like, there's, like, a very, like, there's a really detailed documented history about this specific tank, which is really fascinating. And the fact that people are still able to drive this thing, like, I mean, I'm sure you probably won't be able to find a Tiger 2 manual around anywhere. It's like, oh, how do I pilot a tank from World War II that barely has any functional models in existence? I think they're just endlessly respawning. But yeah, like, if you have any, like, specific questions, Chad, about, like, World War II stuff, I can try to answer as best I can. Because World War II is probably my best topic when I was in school, because I just knew so much about it from games and just doing my own research. And, of course, like, I had family members who were in the war, so I have, like, some first-hand accounts from my family members. So I guess I can tell the story about how my great-grandfather got his Purple Heart. So it was in Europe. My great-grandfather, at least as far as I'm aware, my great-grandfather was on an not an Opel truck, but a truck that like a supply truck or something or other. So when he was on the truck, he was on the outside of it, hanging onto it, I think, is what I remember from the story. So he was on like the step area between the door and the outside of the truck. So he was holding on to it. So from what I understand, the driver ran over a landmine and it destroyed the truck, and he got some shrapnel in him. Because I remember my great-grandmother showing me a photo of him with one of the wheels from that truck, right after it was destroyed. He was fine, but he was just wounded, and that's how he got his Purple Heart, was that the driver ran over a landmine. Don't have any specific questions, but what you've been sharing is really interesting. Yeah, I wish I had more, like, personal stories from my family, but, like, there's just a lot of recollection that I don't have, because my great-grandfather, he passed away in 2001. In fact, he passed away, I think, in September 15th, 2001, so he passed away a few days after 9/11. I don't really remember him all that much. I just remember going to his funeral and, like, praying for him. And I remember going home that night and sleeping on my bunk bed. Not literally. So a Purple Heart, for those who aren't aware, is a military award that you receive upon getting wounded in combat. It's very special to a lot of people who have been through conflicts, because it's a sign that you're a survivor. Like, you toughed it out and you were wounded in battle, and it's a reminder, like, hey, like, I went to war, I got hurt, and I'm still here. Like, and I think it's a sense of accomplishment that you get from that, because I mean, I've never been in conflict, so I can't speak for others, but, like, a Purple Heart is, like, a very important award to people who receive it, because I think you also receive a Purple Heart if you're a casualty in combat, but it's like if you receive, like, any form of wound, you get a Purple Heart. And the thing is, like, it's been so long, because he passed away so long ago. My great-grandmother, about 10 years ago, passed away as well. I don't really remember, like, much of her stories about my great-grandfather, just, like, bits and pieces of that story of the Purple Heart. And I wish I knew more, but his records, like, I've looked for them and I was unable to find them. Because a lot of World War II era records were destroyed in a fire a long, long time ago. I mean, there's a few things here and there, but that's just stuff that my family members have provided to different news organizations that honored his memory. And from what I understand, like, my family tells me that my great-grandfather was kind of an asshole. But, I mean, I kind of feel like he had the right to be an asshole because he was in World War II and Korea. It's like, he wasn't just, like going to war. He went to 2 wars. Like, he was in 2 conflicts. And it's like, well, I mean, he had a sense of accomplishment. I mean, I have very scarce few pictures of him as well, but I didn't really know him. I mean, I was really young, so I don't remember really anything about my great-grandfather. Just the stories of his war and his medals. Are those Nebelwerfers? Or Nebelwerfers? But yeah, it's like, just because I look cute and cuddly doesn't mean that I don't have, like, stories that are interesting that I can tell. I had a great uncle who was also, he was in Vietnam. I believe he was a paratrooper in Vietnam. I don't remember much of his stories, but I just remember that my great uncle was either my great uncle or great uncle. I don't remember exactly which one he was, but he was a paratrooper in Vietnam, and I remember hearing a few of his stories when I was younger, but since it was so long ago, I don't remember any of those stories. Something that you don't really see a lot of games really cover, or like any like media, is Korean War. Like, you don't see really anything about the Korean War. I actually met a Korean War veteran at the store the other day. The Korean War veteran was 90 years old, and he was still up and around and getting his own groceries, and like, he was all there. Like, he had a pleasant conversation with him. It was incredible. Like, at 90 years old. Yeah, I mean, I was asking for that. Oh, don't send me all the way back there. Okay, good. There's got to be a way to do this. Like, there's a minefield that's blocking my path. So maybe I'm just doing this the wrong way. Okay, so if I go here, I'm out of their line of sight. So I just, like, go from bunker to bunker. So the 1903 Springfield, don't really know a whole lot about that, but like when I was in JROTC, the rifles that we used for like drill teams and stuff were basically like metal replicas of the Springfield 03. So like a very common rifle that you see in like drill teams and like in JROTC and stuff like that is based off the Springfield rifle. Either the Springfield, the M1 Garand, or the M14. Those are the most common ones that I've seen in drill and ceremony scenarios. I was briefly in my high school's drill team, but there was just a lot of drama that was involved with it. Like, a lot of the kids thought they were hot shit. It's like, oh, I'm in JROTC, that means that I'm in the military. It's like, they thought that just because they were like high ranks in JROTC that made them hot shit. So, like, there was a lot of hazing and bullying going on. So it's just like, I even told my first sergeant, like, back then, I was like, hey, I don't want to be part of this drill team because there's a lot of corruption, there's a lot of people that are just really bad. So, so I just didn't do it. Like, I did it for like a day, and then I was also a company commander for a day in JROTC. But after that, it's just like, I think it wasn't even necessarily the fact of the program itself. It wasn't even the fact that it was drill team and all the other stuff. It was just because the people that I was like associating with in JROTC, they were terrible. They were awful. Like, just like, kids will be kids, I know, but like, it was just like really hard for me to do anything. And while my first sergeant was a great teacher, he just didn't really like pull the reins in on the corruption that was going on. I think I'll do like 2 more missions, and then I'll call it. If I survive, that is. Well, I'm gonna die here anyway, so... Ah, these fucking MG42s. It's like, I feel like I've killed them all, and then they just magically spawn from thin air. It's like, oh, I killed all the gunners. Like, oh, I should be fine. Nope. It's like, I could literally, like, send, like, a nuclear weapon over there and just wipe out everything that's there, and then they would just immediately spawn again, because that's just how the spawn rate works, I guess. It's like, it doesn't matter if you turn this place into a wasteland, they will still respawn and start shooting you with MG42s. And something that in the original release of this game that got remedied in the expansion packs is that in the original release of this game, you couldn't melee with your weapon. So when I'm reloading, I'm very vulnerable. However, the only weapon that you can actually melee with in the original release is the Colt 45. Don't ask me why they made that decision, but that's how they did it. So in the later releases and expansion packs, you can melee with every other gun. Oh yeah, I remember now. My great-grandfather in the war was a master sergeant. I don't know if that's the rank that he held whenever he was in World War II, but I know that that was the rank that he had when he was discharged after Korea. I think he almost was... I don't know that he would have, because he got married in 1945, 1942, 1945, but... when he went to... Like, after he got out of Korea, he was almost in Vietnam, too. And it's like, I'm glad that he didn't, but at the same time, it's like, you know, he could have went into Vietnam if he really wanted to. So he would have been in 3 wars had that happened. I mean, I don't remember his exact service record dates, but... You know, I'm just wondering, because, like, there's all this barbed wire here, but, like, when I go over there... And, you know, I mentioned, of course, I played this game multiple times, but, like, there's certain missions that I didn't play a lot of because I didn't like them. And this is one of those missions because of just how ridiculous it can get. So it looks like I'm going to have to make my way over there, go into that bunker, and then into this trench here to take out the rest of the Nebelwerfers. However, I think I've taken them all out, at least the ones that are in above the trench. But at the same time, like, it is kind of... Yeah, there's also nobody operating them either. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back this way and get out of their line of sight. So that's how you hold an MG42. I was not aware. They somehow invented automatic turrets, yeah. Well, not only that, they also learned how to hold an MG42 by the barrel. Well, actually, not even by the barrel. They're holding it, like, not even at all. There you go. That's how you hold it. Yes, Captain Ramsey's dead. I don't have to put up with his dumbass anymore. Oh, thank goodness. They're slowly learning how to use guns. Yeah, like this is a training exercise. If it's not a training exercise, this is a simulation. Inside a simulation. Inside another giant simulation. Oh, I didn't even realize I had practically no ammo for my Thompson. So I guess I'm bringing out my Colt. Oh. I had this gun the whole time. Why did I not switch to the Browning? I am okay. That's you can tease me about that one, chat. I had this gun the whole time and I didn't use it. Like I even pointed out at the beginning of this mission. It's like, hey, I've got the Browning. But I've never used it. Because I'm not smart. I just killed Sergeant Harrison. Cool. If you see Captain Ramsey in hell, say that Eno sent them. There we go. I can't believe that I had that gun the whole time. Right? Like, it wasn't even the Germans that were killing them. It was me.
Still with us, Lieutenant. The landings at Omaha, especially Doc Green and Charlie Sector, were very, very tough. We lost a lot of good men. While we've established a strong beachhead along the coast, finding out what the Germans are planning next is key to the success of our Normandy campaign. The French resistance has reported a shift of enemy troops south from the Calais region right into the path of our advancing troops. 2 formidable German units are assembling just outside St. Lo. We believe they're using a manor house as a command post to organize a counteroffensive. We need you to find that command post, infiltrate it, and obtain any tactical data you can regarding the enemy's battle plans. One of our most trusted agents in the Resistance, a young woman named Manon Baptiste, will be there to lend you a hand. One more thing, Lieutenant. Intelligence reports indicate that the Germans have deployed a new tank into the field, a type bigger than anything we've seen before. This model has been appropriately designated the King Tiger. And we believe the Germans have transferred some of these new tanks to the command post. Your order to gather information on the capabilities and hopefully the weaknesses of this new threat. Good luck, Lieutenant. I know the mission is in capable hands.
The King Tiger tank. Oh, this is another stealth mission. Well, more or less, but, I mean... Problem with the M1 is that, I mean, this is just, I mean, technically, in real life, if you wanted to, you could pull it back and you could release the M1's clip, but you're also wasting some bullets. Which is why I love the M1. It's an iconic American firearm, but at the same time, it's like, it just feels like it would be a real big hassle to use, at least for me, because of how it's loaded. Because at least like in like video game context, you have to fire every round, let it ping, and then reload it. Whereas like other rifles, you can just put in like the rounds manually via a stripper clip, or if you're using a different rifle, like say the Gewehr 43, you have a magazine. Did you see his hand just now?
I'm lucky you came along. There's a Maquis safe house right near here. It's over that way.
But how do you know that? Well, I guess you probably had the intel. Shoot who?
Watch it.
Oh. Oh no, that's bad. Colt 45 time. I'll just pistol whip everybody. Like, I'll shoot him once and then come in for the kill. I'm surprised that was as effective as it was. Okay, back to the M1. I like this guy's look, though. He's got, like, the bomber jacket. Oh, God, his eyes just went in the back of his head. But, yeah. I mean, look at this. Like, when you're too far away from him, you can see, like, his eyes, like, glow a bit because of the draw distance and culling. Yeah, but I like the look of the pilot, though. Save for the weird eyes, because he's got, like, the bomber jacket and everything, and I've always been a fan of the bomber jacket. You know, we're speaking about killing squad members. In Dekong, I think that's in cover, or like get to cover or something. Okay, it's telling me to go this way. I also like how my compass has just a psychic sense on where I'm supposed to go. Maybe I go this way. Hey, welcome back, Easy How To Guy. How was your shower? Sorry, I fell asleep after my shower. Oh, no biggie. I'm still here. I'm probably going to play this mission and maybe the next one, then I'll probably call it a night. I've just kind of been, like, rambling about World War II and history, so I haven't really missed too much. And the fact that I have a feud with Captain Ramsey at the last mission, because he kept getting me killed, he kept not doing anything, and I was actually happy whenever one of my explosives killed him. He's like, "Oh, Powell, like, take the lead," and it's like, "Okay, I'll take the lead." Well, you do what? Nothing? There's an MG42 up here, but I don't remember exactly where it is, so I gotta be careful. Right there. So, okay, so another thing that I can say, like, as far as fun, like, facts are concerned, so there is a phenomena, well, for lack of a better word, phenomena, where it was very commonplace for GIs to get injuries using the M1, and that's not because of mishandling the firearm, it's because the way that you load it, I'll actually waste an entire clip here to show you. So whenever you pull the bolt back to place in the clip of the M1, you can actually get your thumb jammed into that. And there's a lot of instances where GIs would be loading it quickly and it would get jammed up in there when it released, and they would smash their thumb in the when they were reloading the gun, and that created a thing called Garand thumb, where your thumb would be completely just screwed over. So I wouldn't be surprised if some people broke their thumbs doing that, and that's probably another reason why I would not use the M1 like in any official capacity. As much as I love the gun, I'd fire it, but I'd probably be that one idiot that gets Garand thumb. Well, at least you have common sense to heal yourself, pilot. Alright, no problem, everybody. Like, definitely do your self-care stuff first, like washing up and whatnot. So, something I'd like to point out for the MG42. I've pointed out a lot about it, like, say, the inconsistencies in the model and so on. But the MG42 was called Hitler's Buzzsaw, and the MG42 had such an insane fire rate that the barrel would actually get so hot you'd have to replace it mid-combat. So you'd fire, like, I think it was like 800 rounds or something, and then you'd have to replace the barrel. So let me see if I can actually show that off. So this part up here, like this little part that's right here, that is, you would pull this thing back and you would be able to replace the barrel on the fly. So something that a lot of the German units would do is that they would have extra barrels. So when you had a crew that was on the MG42, you'd have somebody firing, and then as soon as like it gets to a point where you had to replace the barrel, you'd have the other crew member replace the barrel on the fly. And they could do this within like a minute or two, with depending on how trained they were and how good they were with it. So the MG42 is actually still used in a capacity to this day by the German Bundeswehr, which is the modern German military. But it is called the MG3 now. It's in a different round configuration. I think it uses a NATO round, but the modern MG42, the MG3, is still used today, and it looks almost identical to the MG42 with a few cosmetic differences. So that's one World War II firearm that is still used today, at least in a different configuration. Because it's like, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. So like, whenever you see like the Leopard 2 tank, for example, Usually the Leopard 2 will have an MG3, depending on the configuration of said Leopard tank. You know, with all the resolution of this game, like, the stained glass art is, like, crisp. It is really high quality. Like, I mean, just look at this. This is, like, really crisp. Like, out of everything else, like, they... Wow. Like, these textures are actually pretty fantastic for the time. Okay, where's the... There we go. There's Manon, who is a recurring character in the Medal of Honor series.
Are you the American agent? You didn't have too much trouble getting here, I hope. You won't want to use those guns you are carrying. They make far too much noise.
Well, I mean, you didn't have to steal them from me. Like, I mean, yeah, I just won't use them. Just let me keep my weapons, and then I'll just use the high standard. It's like... I get that we're doing this espionage, like, go in quiet thing, Manon, but you didn't need to steal my weapons. So let me see if I can pull this off, because you can actually get in the back of this truck, and that's what you're supposed to do, but I've never been able to pull it off, like, first try. Yeah, because, like, it'll do that. Because that's what you're supposed to do, is you're supposed to get into the back of that truck, but I just can't do it ever properly. Like, maybe I have to crouch jump to get in there. Maybe that's what I have to do. No. What? Okay. I'll try it one more time. It's just like that other stealth segment that I was doing earlier. I just had a lot of trouble with it. But it's like, I know you can get in the back of this truck because I've done it before, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do to get in said truck. Okay, I'm in the truck. I guess it's like a specific location you have to jump in to get into the truck. Because, like, I was clicking on it, and I was crouch jumping, and there was a lot of stuff, but, doesn't matter. I'm in the truck. And this guy that was looking at the paperwork is going to see me, but he's just going to ignore the fact that I'm there. Like, look, this guy probably has, like, the vision and field of view of a blind squirrel, because he very clearly would have seen me in the corner of his eye, like an allied soldier that's in the back of this truck, unless he feels like he's hallucinating on the job. Okay, is the truck stopping? So, what was that about not making any noise? Okay. I'm not gonna get that health just in case I get shot again. You know, I may as well just go back and kill that other soldier. Because, I mean, there's really no penalty for me doing that. And it also prevents him from coming back and haunting me. Oh, that's why! There's an MG42! Okay. That's probably why. Oh, Eno is an idiot. Eno the idiot. I mean, I got in the truck the first time, so I'm happy. I'm satisfied at the very least. Okay, you gotta be shitting me right now. Yep, just kill me. Let me in the truck. I mean, now, like, I could go loud. I mean, there's no point using the gun anymore if, like, they already know I'm here, right? Let me think, because, like, while I'm doing this, I like to talk about, like, World War II facts that I know. So, there are certain places of Europe where there was, like, I think there's still a problem with it. Like, there's some places that still have unexploded ordnance from World War II specifically. I know that there was a couple beaches, I believe, in France that they didn't clear all of the mines from World War II probably until, like, the 70s or the 80s or something like that. And there are still places like in North Africa and other conflicts from the war that still have unexploded like mines and ordnance that were placed back during the war that are still active. So, like World War I, for example, there's this thing called the Iron Harvest that happens every so often where farmers and like the French government will go into these locations and they'll find all this unexploded ordnance from World War I. And there's so much, like, chemical weapons and stuff from that war that is still, like, unexploded and active in these locations that I think the estimate for clearing them out completely is about 700 years. So there are places in France that are uninhabitable because of just how deadly all of these weapons from World War I were. And the same thing with World War II. There are places that still have all of these, all this unexploded ordnance that is still a hazard to people up to this day. Ah, the Kar 98. My favorite sniper in this game. And what was crazy is, for those who have been on my stream before and have watched my content, I did work in local news for a while. Yeah. So, one of the things that was interesting is that last year, there was a trial in Germany for a former Nazi war criminal. Or no, a former Nazi that is a war criminal. The fact that there are still trials of World War II, like, war criminals is insane. That there are still people alive being tried for crimes that happened back then. Because it's like, you know, there's still people cleaning up the war that my great-grandfather fought in, which is insane. But it's like, you know, time doesn't take away the things that were done. Like, it doesn't matter, like, how long ago it was, it still happened, you know? But it's like, the channel that I work for covered that story a little bit, too. Like, they had a bunch of, like, survivors and whatnot who were, like, testifying against this person. And the reason why they got a prison sentence, despite being so old, was because that they actually fled from their trial. So this person was going to be tried, and they were like, oh, I'm innocent, all yada yada yada, but they actually fled from their trial, and they were captured and brought to court. So I think that was the big reason why they got like a really hefty sentence, was because of that. I don't remember too much of this specific case, because I didn't look too much into it, but from my understanding, that's what happened. Yeah, that was like last year or the year before. Like, he was covering his face during the whole trial, and it's kind of like, it's sick. It's like, you know, it's so slimy that people like that still exist. And the fact that he's too much of a coward to show his face. I just got a double kill with that shot. Oh, the Kar 98 sniper configuration. Where have you been? Because this is by far my favorite sniper in this game. Let's see if there's any health vials that I missed. But something I mentioned while you were gone is that the MG42, I'll say it again for those who were not here. So the MG42 has a really high fire rate, so the barrel gets really hot very quickly. So this part right here, you can actually pull this out and you're able to take the barrel out of the gun. That's why it's got that little groove right there, because this part right here is the barrel. So there'd be teams of usually 2 people, maybe more, whenever one person was firing the gun and the other one was like kind of observing. So when the barrel got too hot, they would open up this little hatch here and then replace it with a new barrel. So most MG42 crews would have multiple barrels to use for maximum efficiency. And some of these crews would be efficient enough to do it within like 50 seconds. And the MG42 is still used to this day in a new configuration called the MG3. It's effectively the same gun, but it's chambered in a different round, and it has a few cosmetic differences. But the MG42 is still technically used by the modern German army to this day. And I believe the Mauser is used as a ceremonial weapon, like by the modern German army. Oh, okay. So, another thing about this mission that I'm playing, this is actually... why is that not doing anything? So this mission here is actually the same location from the original Medal of Honor game on the PS1. So this this thing right here, like this train turret, is something that you destroy in the original Medal of Honor game, which is why it's still on fire. Because I guess Jimmy Patterson, the character from the first game, had already come through here recently, which is why it's still here, destroyed and smoking. So he's probably in the vicinity within like 20 miles. Because in the original game, you come here and you destroy this, and you revisit some of the locations from the original game. And this is one of them. So one of the objectives in the original game was to destroy this. Just having your own pit crew for each gun. Yeah, like that's what made it efficient. It's the same thing for like artillery. Like you'd have an entire crew for one artillery gun. I can't tell you how many times I've died like this. But no, like I can't tell you how many times I've just absolutely destroyed an entire server with this gun. Like this and the MP40. Because I used to play this all the time on GameSpy servers and Late Night Gamers LNG. Like my go-to server was the LNG server, because it was the most active and it was the most moderated, so you didn't have to worry about hackers or really hardly at all. The only problem with Medal of Honor nowadays is because a lot of the stuff is clan run. So if you want to play it, you have to really like get with clans or like active communities. And again, there's not really that much moderation, so a lot of the time you'll get into a server with hackers. At least, I mean, I can't really speak from recent experience because the last time I did this was in like 2015, so like almost 10 years, but a big problem that I had when I played this game recently is that I would actually get banned from servers because I was doing so well. Like there was a couple of public servers that I played that were clan-based, and I would go in, I'd play, and I'd do really well, and the clan members are like, oh, this person's new, they must be hacking, and then they would ban me. So I've been banned by a bunch of servers because I just played the game well, and it's like, guys, I've played this game since 2002. Just because I'm decent at the game doesn't mean you need to ban me from your server. But I didn't really have any like set username back then. Like I used a lot of different usernames, so probably won't be like recognized because I didn't use the name Eno in those servers. I used a lot of different nicknames, and some of them I don't remember, so it's likely that I probably won't run into anybody that I played with. Like the only 2 players that I remember playing with that I never interacted with but I played with were a guy named LNG Spaceman Spiff, and there was another guy named Grape Ape. Those are the only 2 players that I remember playing actively with. So if this VOD gets popular on YouTube and somebody somebody is in contact with those people, like let me know. Because I mean, it'd be cool to play with those people again, even if I didn't really know them. But it was a pleasure to actually play actively with people who were playing relatively consistently, like those 2 did. The highest praise you can get is when somebody accuses you of being a hacker. So I was playing a free-for-all match, like just a regular deathmatch game. And somebody called me like a douchebag, and then another time there's like, you douchebag hacker, and it's like because I was literally at the top of the leaderboard. Like I had like 50 kills versus like 20 is what the last person in the team, like in the list, got. And it was all with the MP40. Like, the MP40 was my go-to in multiplayer. Because one of the things that I did for, it was Insurgency. The people who made Insurgency, they made a World War II game. Day of Infamy. So I played Day of Infamy, and I actually installed a Medal of Honor music and sound effects mod, and it made the game much more fun. So this is a game that's one of the few that I'd play PvP on, because I don't usually play PvP games anymore because they stress me out a little too much. And that's me speaking like with a little bit of vulnerability and honesty. I don't really like to play PvP games outside of my friend groups much anymore, just because like it's gotten so toxic that like when you play a PvP game, like people are like get to your IP, like send stuff to your house. Like, I know that's just me speaking from a paranoid perspective, but at the same time, it's just like life is stressful enough. I don't need the added stress of getting shit talked on multiplayer games. At least when it's like with friends or like with a tight-knit community, it's fun and it's like, okay, I can laugh at myself whenever I lose. I don't know if you were here when I explained this, though, Tasty, but MP40. So, I was at the beginning of the stream when I explained this. So, the MP40, its charging handle, I probably am misstating the names of certain parts, and I do apologize, but it means the same regardless, like, what I mean. So, an error on the model of this gun. So, whenever I reload this, watch how he pulls that back. But he is pulling nothing back physically. There's nothing there. So the charging handle is on the left side of the gun, and what he's supposed to be doing is pulling back the charging handle and loading around into the chamber. But there's nothing modeled there. So essentially the charging handle of the MP40, you can either pull it back to reload it, or you can pull it back and lift it up like an MP5, and then you can smack it down and load around into the chamber. Which is kind of like, it's because it's a German firearm, just like the H&K MP5, so there's a little bit of a similarity there. But it's not modeled on the MP40 in this game. And that little button area thing that he presses when I reload, that is the magazine release. And a problem with the MP40 in a real life circumstance is that, as you can see, he's holding it by the magazine well, and that's probably the most recommended way to shoot this gun, because I've seen a lot of people in games and movies and stuff hold it by the magazine, and you don't want to do that for any gun. And the reason being is that if you're holding a gun by the magazine, it has the potential to misfeed the gun, so it'll cause your weapon to jam. And among other issues. And occasionally you'll get wobbly magazines, and that just makes it even worse. Because the last thing that you need in a firefight with an automatic weapon like a fully automatic weapon like the MP40 is for your gun to jam because of a simple mistake as holding the gun by the magazine. Which is why I hate the Sten, because like I see so many games where you hold the Sten by the magazine and you don't want to do that because it'll cause the gun to jam. I mean, the Sten itself is not the best firearm. It's very poorly made, very efficient for the wartime, but it's not a gun that I would choose to carry if I was in a life or death situation. Because it's just a glorified pipe gun with a spring and some internals in it. I wouldn't want to have a Sten if it was the last gun on Earth. Like, there's a whole story about why I hate Stens, but the main reason is because of just seeing how many games and movies get it wrong. You don't hold it by the magazine. Because, like, the rounds getting fed into the chamber is such a delicate process on its own that you just, I don't know, you just don't want to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the rest of this mission, and then I'm going to play the next mission, and then that's it. That'll be it for the night. Yeah, like, I can point out little inconsistencies about a lot of these firearms. But for the most part, they get a lot of stuff right. It's just, I think it's just a for the time modeling issue. Because it was 2002, like, you know, small team, you know, they had limited time to work on it, like, limited resolution, so, like, I think another factor is just because the game's running at such a higher resolution, you're noticing these things more. Because back then, it was at such a low resolution, you just wouldn't really notice that there was nothing there. Because when I first played this game, it was on, like, a really old monitor that had the shittiest resolution possible. I like how he just magically appeared in the truck, but that is actually the guy that I'm supposed to go with. Because he's just here. Yeah, French resistance. And the reason why I'm playing the next mission is because I get the shotgun. Plus, like, it's, like, because, like I said, when I played this game as a kid, I loved it. And when I listened to the soundtrack earlier, I was literally in tears because it brought me so many good memories of playing this. And I'm probably going to look back at this VOD a lot, and I'm just going to look at it and be like, wow, I got to share this with my community. And that's just what's beautiful about this, is that I get to share something so important to me. Because this is the game that my grandfather got me into, and it got me into PC gaming entirely. So it's almost a way that I can connect with my family in that way, is playing this game and sharing it with my community. Because it brings, like, my past, and then my present, and my future, all in one spot. So that's what's really special about it to me. And that's me speaking as genuinely as I can.
Good luck, pal. I hope we meet again.
Go now, quickly.
Go now, quickly.
See, I told you I remember the lines. So, my very first game was probably Pokemon Red on the Game Boy Color. And I didn't really play it, I just, like, played my brother's file. And then the other first game was probably Mario 64, because I remember that when I played Mario 64, I had actually dropped my copy behind, like, a shelf somewhere, and I cried. And then my grandma got me a new copy for my birthday, probably like 2000, 2001. I think it was probably 2000. I was very young. But eventually we were able to dig the copy of Mario 64 out of that shelf, behind that shelf. I don't know why we didn't just move it. So at one point I had 2 copies of Mario 64. But yeah, this is the game that got me into PC gaming. So, I guess I can tell this story real quick. So, this part right here, like whenever you go into the menu here, the computer that we were running this on, like it was, I think it was like a PC that was upgraded from Windows 98 or something, I don't remember, but it was a really old computer with very bad specs. So, while the game ran, it ran very poorly. So what would happen is, whenever I would load up the game, I would click on this. It would take about 20 seconds to get to this screen, and then I would go here, take another like 10 seconds, and then whenever I clicked the load button, it took at least 200 seconds for it to actually load the map. So what I would do is, in my head back then, I would start counting. I'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I knew when I got to like 100 or 200, that's when I knew that the game would load. So I'd have to do that every single time I loaded up the game for the first time. Whenever I was playing it, it had already loaded like all the background processes of the game, so I didn't have to worry about it after that. But when I first launched the game, that would happen a lot. But nowadays, like, I'm running this on an RTX 3080, so it's like I don't have to worry about the insane load times that I had as a kid. But it's like, I don't know. It's just like, I don't know, Tasty, and everyone in my chat, it's hard for me to not tear up playing this, because I just, like, I look back on it, and I look back at some of these photos that I have when I was a kid, and I see that computer in the background, and I just remember playing this so much, and, you know, it's like come full circle. I'm playing this for an audience now, and it's like, I never would have thought that I'd be here, and it's just really, like, tear-jerking to think about. And I told myself I wouldn't cry playing this, but it's hard. I very well might next time I play this. Because if the music was enough to bring me to tears, then... Okay, we're gonna go in with the shotgun. Which the shotgun, by the way, is insanely overpowered, and it is very common for people to use this in multiplayer. I remember my grandfather would, like, consistently, like, complain about, like, people using rocket launchers in multiplayer. The rocket launchers and shotguns are primarily, like, the cheapest weapons to use in multiplayer, to the point that some servers would say, like, you can only use rifles or only SMGs because of the balance being so ridiculous. I think my first was Croc for the PS1, but I don't entirely remember. I always like to revisit childhood games for that same reason. Always nice to bring back happy times. Yeah, and, like, you know, I was very young, and I probably shouldn't have been playing Medal of Honor, but at the same time, I was also playing Perfect Dark and GoldenEye, so... Because I remember playing this game in on my living room PC while my aunt and my uncle were watching Shaun of the Dead in the living room. Because, embarrassing fun fact, I remember Shaun of the Dead is still a pretty gory movie, even though it's a comedy. I remember seeing, like, some of the scenes, and I'm like, oh my god, this is terrifying. Like, I was scared because I was young. So this would have been, like, 2004, maybe, because I think that's when Shaun of the Dead came out. But I remember I was playing this, and then also, I remember seeing, oh, geez, it was, I think it was a trailer for The Hills Have Eyes 1. Like, the very first Hills Have Eyes movie, and it scared me as a kid. Even though the movie is kind of garbage, but, you know, I just remember playing this and seeing that in the living room. You want to get up? Sorry. I think there was like there was like some thing that the Germans said in World War II that they, like, hated the trench gun or the shotgun. They said it was, like, inhumane or something. It was like, yeah, you got, like, the World War II German army has a lot of room to talk there, but, yeah, I remember, like, the shotgun was, like, a much hated weapon. I'm gonna die. Yep. I should probably rethink my strategy there, probably use the sniper to clear that out. Medal of Honor 1, Medal of Honor Allied Assault, it's in me also.
Go now, quickly.
Yeah, like, no dying, that's illegal. Well, I can tell you, I can point out at least, like, I can point out, like, at least 1 million people who would probably be going to prison if that was the case. But yeah, like, the music here, like, this music also, like, made me tear up a little bit, because it's, like, really emotional and, like, tragic sounding, because it's like, oh, well, that guy, you know, we'll never see him again. Like, that's what I thought as a kid. It's like, oh, I don't want him to leave. Like, no, come with me. But no, it's just an emotional track for this mission. Because some of these songs were used in the original Medal of Honor. So some of these tracks were used in that game and just reused in this one. They declared it a war crime in World War I, the shotgun. And by the way, Sky T65 is actually my older brother. So if you're not following brother, please do. And if anyone wants to check out what my other brother does, the one that I don't intentionally sabotage in games, go to YouTube and type in Skynia History. That is their YouTube channel. They recover a lot of naval history. They have a lot of insight into these things that I would have never dreamed of, so go give them a subscription. Oh, nostalgia. How about Billions? Yeah, I think this specific gun, my other brother, Dak Jerry, owns this exact gun, the trench gun, which I fired multiple times, and it is a blast to fire that shotgun. In fact, I have a GoPro video of me firing it in slow motion, but naturally I don't show my face, like my outside of my VTuber. Plus I don't think it would be entertaining to see me firing a shotgun with my nub hands. How did I put a GoPro on my head when I've got these big floppy ears? Well, it's a trade secret. Is that a grenade? Okay. Okay. You know you want to come out from cover. You know you want to come say hi. Let me introduce you to my friend, the trench gun. Or just have all the pellets hit the damn fence. Ugh. Yeah, but that's something that I didn't know, because, like, see, my brother, Sky65, like, there's a lot of stuff that I don't know, and a lot of the reason why I know a lot of these facts is through my older brother, because we watched a lot of, like, educational shows when I was younger, which got me into history. So, like, there's stuff that I don't know, because he's a good reference to ask about. But yeah, like, I didn't know that they considered it a war crime to use a shotgun. Which, I mean, I guess that makes sense, because, you know, it is pretty brutal. But at the same time, like, comparatively to what happened in World War II, like, that's pretty minuscule compared to some of the other things that happened during this war. But on a lighter topic relating to World War II, I know this is probably a name that a lot of you might recognize. Frank Sinatra. So Frank Sinatra, he was a broadcaster on Armed Forces Radio. He was a host, so sometimes he would actually sing songs to the troops. So Frank Sinatra was singing as early as World War II on Armed Forces Radio. Yeah, I love Frank Sinatra, though. Like, he's probably one of my favorite singers. And the fact that AI is able to perfectly recreate his voice is incredible. And I'm happy, but also kind of disturbed. Okay, send the false communications. And then also, Elvis Presley. He wasn't in World War II, but Elvis Presley did serve in the U.S. Army. I believe he was drafted, but he served in the United States Armed Forces. I think shortly after World War II. Elvis Aaron Presley. Because this is another, like, you know, this is a story that I was told by my family, and I don't know if it's true. It might have just been, like, my uncle works at Nintendo type of stories, but I was told by my great-grandmother and my great-aunt that whenever they went on a cruise shortly after the war, and after Elvis was starting to get his fame, my great-grandfather had met Elvis on a cruise ship and had a conversation with him because they were both in the service, so they were able to bond over that. But it's like, I can't verify that story because, again, it's like the uncle works at Nintendo type thing. It's like, you just can't verify that. The King Tiger Field Manual. Steal the Troop Manifest. Okay. Yeah, gonna lurk. Okay, no problem, Blaze. Like I said, this is gonna be the last mission I play for the night. Pull the fire alarm. Well, it's not a fire alarm, but I will say this mission, like, even, like, even as an adult, can sometimes get really confusing, because like you're looking for specific things, and the compass doesn't account for elevation. So you could be right up on where you need to be, but the compass doesn't tell you your elevation. So it could be below you, it could be above you. You just have to kind of do trial and error. So I'm guessing that it's probably going to be in one of the adjacent buildings, because I've already kind of looked and seen everything that's in here. No, come back. No. That wounded soldier's the one that pulled the alarm. I mean, it's not a big deal because, like, clearly the alarm isn't really doing anything, but still. I mean, if it does have any significance to the spawn rate, I'd rather it not. You see, right over there is the King Tiger. I mean, I've got the field manual. But then again, like, I need an entire tank crew to run that thing, so, eh. Oh, this is a tricky situation. No, 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 no. Okay, let me save just in case. You know, I'd love to approach the alarm and turn it off. It was actually in this room. See, that wounded soldier came in and set off the alarm, but I don't know where he went to do that. Oh. There we go. Alarm is off. Hello. Hello, friend. I don't know if I can pick up any more shotgun ammo, though, so maybe I should conserve it a little bit. Okay, so steal the troop manifest and steal the battle plans. Okay. I'm guessing it's going to be in this building, because I don't see anywhere else that I could go that would really have anything. It's probably on the bottom floor. Or over here. Because like I said, it doesn't account for elevation, so I gotta kind of, like, trial and error this and explore. Yeah, looks like there's something in here. Okay, that is the troop manifest, so now I just need the battle plans. Okay, so it's telling me that it's right here, so I'm assuming it's on the bottom floor. I don't know why I did that, because I know it wasn't going to work. So, is there like something behind here that I'm missing? Quite a luxury bath, though. Okay. I mean, the fact there are enemies here really kind of gives away the fact that, yeah, this is where I'm supposed to go. So probably in the... Oh, no. Caught me in a reload cycle. Okay, so... It's definitely in this building, at the very least. There we go. Probably in this room. Don't worry, fellas. I'll get the alarm for you. see, what are these pictures of? I'll go kill these guys first before I look at that, because I don't want them to interrupt my investigation of these historical photos. I'm trying to run a history class here. Damn it. Okay, so let me see. Not sure what that's a picture of. It looks like something over water. And then this is like a road from above that was bombed. Like that's like a vehicle formation that was hit. And that's just some farmland. I wonder if those are legitimate photos too. They probably are, but I don't know what they are of. Like, I don't know if it's the same context as what the game is trying to present, but I mean, because Steven Spielberg like helped out with this project at least a little bit, I'm assuming there was at least some historical accuracy with those photos, but you know, I mean, we're running a one-man army here, so I can't really say for sure. So, I'm not going to waste my time looking for health. I'm just going to go to the next area. Oh, well, I picked one up anyway, so lucky me. Make sure all my guns are reloaded. Is it this way? Yep. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm just so much better with the car than I am with the Springfield. What? Where did you all come from? Jesus Christ. What was that bullshit? Like, let's be honest here. Like, they just appeared out of thin air and just annihilated me. Okay, I'm gonna actually stay here and kind of lurk a little bit. Just because, that way. Okay. Okay, we should be good. No, we're not. There's another MG42. I mean, remember what I said about camo. Like, these guys can... I'm gonna die again. One more shot. Oh my lord, I am so dead. Yep. Ah, damn it. So maybe I just have to wait in that guard tower for all of these, like, buffoons to come in and attack me, because it seems like they're just all coming up from behind. So it's like if I go forward, I'm just gonna get annihilated from both sides. Good thing Wiz is not in the chat, because he would be quoting me, like, immediately. Because anytime I say something out of context that sounds remotely suggestive, it is forever put in the quote section of his Discord server. And there's some pretty good things in there, but... Okay, there we go. That should solve that problem, so let's move up forward. Are you kidding me? They just appear out of thin air. It's like they're asexually reproducing with full-on military uniform and rifle. Are you kidding me? Like, seriously? Eno anger. Oh no. Okay, Manon, I'm here. Let's go. Like,
We must get away from here.
whew. Oh, she was booking it so fast the game was like lagging out.
Excellent work on your intelligence gathering mission, Lieutenant. This information will be much
Okay, I'll let the
appreciated
briefing
by
play and I'll start the
units
mission,
advancing
but then
through
that'll be it and I'll save.
Now for your next assignment.
Oh,
As we speak, 3 divisions from the US 7th Corps are closing
Yep,
in
this
on
is
the
the
second largest
briefing.
port in France, the city of Brest. The German commander of
The
this
city
port
of
has
what?
over 50,000 troops in the region.
Did he say
as
the
well as
city of
several
Brest?
coastal defense batteries, which he's turned around to fire inland at our advancing troops. Command has put together a daring plan to improve the Allied chances of capturing Brest. By securing a key estuary crossing into the region, we'll be able to move troops and armor in rapidly and apply more pressure to the besieged city. Time is of the essence, but we don't have enough armor in the area to punch through to the bridge, so we're going to liberate a King Tiger tank from the Germans. Thanks to the documents you acquired from the enemy command post, the OSS was able to quickly train a veteran American tank crew on how to operate this armored behemoth. Lieutenant, they will be the men you lead on this mission. You'll meet
Wait
them
a
at a rally
minute.
point on the outskirts of Landenau, a town
Wait a
about
minute.
25 kilometers northeast of Brest. Your assignment is a dangerous one.
Oh no.
Capture a King Tiger,
Oh
blast your
no.
way across enemy
Oh
territory to the
no.
estuary, and hold the bridge until an Allied tank unit from the 6th
Oh,
Armored Division
no.
can reinforce your position. Fighter Command will be there to back you up, and we'll give you all the artillery support we can
Oh
muster.
no.
But I have a feeling the success of this mission may ultimately rest on the actions of one
Oh
man.
no.
Good luck.
Why did I have to get to this mission? Medal of Honor Allied Assault veterans in the chat know exactly which mission this is. If anyone who has played the game is still in chat. You know exactly which mission this is, and you know exactly why I'm stopping at this mission. Because I am not going to be playing this at 2 in the morning. Oh, why? This mission is called Sniper Town. And it is the hardest mission in the entire game and probably the entire Medal of Honor franchise. You know, the reason why? Because the compass that's above me, right here, doesn't work half the mission. You have to find the tank crew that is stranded, and it's randomly generated where they're going to be located at. You have to escort them to the King Tiger tank, but also prevent them from being killed by the sniper fire. The problem with this mission is that the snipers blend in so damn well with the environment that they can shoot you from literally nowhere, and you'll die before you are able to find them. So it's literally a trial and error thing. It's almost Dark Souls level of difficulty. You have to figure out their location, save, and then reload, and then shoot them. It is pain, it is suffering. This is the hardest fucking level of the entire game, and I'm not going to play it. Because, like, you saw how they blended in so easily. Like, look. You could barely even see the silhouette of that sniper before I killed them. Which is why I'm going to end the stream there. Because I'm not going to do that. But I guess I can, while I'm here, I can go into the multiplayer mode and just kind of show you, like, a little bit of what it's about. So, for example, I think it was Objective 3. Yeah, Omaha Beach. So I guess I can show you a little bit of the multiplayer maps. So I mentioned earlier how some of the campaign missions were turned into multiplayer maps. So this one is called Objective Match. So you would play as either the Allies or the Axis, and you have different objectives based on what team you are. So the Allies breach the shingle, destroy the cannons on the top of the bunkers. The Axis is just basically a defensive posture, not really anything crazy. So if you're the Axis, you'll be up here on the bunkers, basically where they were in the mission. So it's pretty much the same exact map from the campaign, except there's a few little trenches added and this upper area is accessible. So the problem is that with the Allies, you're at an extreme disadvantage when you're playing as them, because you have to go through all this cover, but look, I can literally see exactly where they spawn, because they'll spawn in the boats. So as soon as they spawn, dead. So it's almost kind of an unbalance there. Now, not saying that there aren't skilled teams that are able to do it, and this is a really fun map, but primarily, like, it would be more beneficial to play as the Axis team because you just will get immediately incinerated the moment that you spawn. Now, if there's a good team that's coordinating, mind you, they'll be able to F5, F9 every enemy. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing to the imaginary multiplayer team that I'm facing. So, if there's a well-coordinated team, you'll have like a team of snipers that'll distract the other Axis team, and they'll hit you back, and then they'll be able to come in here and they'll infiltrate the bunker. But some of the matches lasted a long time. So you'd have like maybe 9 people with snipers and SMGs and STG-44s just laying in on the Allies here. But it's a lot of fun. Like, I had a lot of fun with this. Like, which is why I really want to get another multiplayer game of this going. Like, if I can get this on stream, I'd love to do it. Because I just want to showcase just how chaotic this map can be. So, let me see. Let me select a weapon. So let me just commit to die. Eno Spirit played catch with himself. So the STG-44 is probably the most common weapon I see on the Axis team in multiplayer. And probably because it's the first assault rifle in the world. Well, technically it's the first modern assault rifle, because the first assault rifle was called the Fedorov Avtomat from, I believe, World War II on the Soviet side, or World War I, I don't remember, but technically it is not the first assault rifle, it's the first modernized one because of all the features it has. And it's probably the most well-modeled weapon in the entire game because of how accurate it is. And it has such a really, like, unrealistic but, like, punchy sound to it, and I love it. I mean, it's just, I love the sound of this gun. It's just so great. But to kind of give you a little bit of perspective, I'm going to switch to the other team. Like, this is what I'd see on the Allied team. So you can see where it can kind of be a little bit unbalanced in some ways, because, like, everyone with a sniper is going to be just up there, just immediately killing you the moment you spawn. But like I said, if you're a well-coordinated team, you'll be able to do it. And I think that's what's really cool about it, is that it gives you the same odds of the actual, like, campaign and the actual battle. And it just, when you persevere and you're able to complete it, it's just that much more great. But there's like lots of different objectives, like different modes you can do. Free-for-all, team match, round-based. Free-for-all is probably one of the most common that I played. I think this one's Stalingrad. Yeah, Stalingrad. So this one, for those who in the community, in the chat, who have played Pavlov, on Pavlov VR, this map right here has been fully recreated in Pavlov VR. You can play it. I think it's still, you can still play it on the newer version, but this map is available to play on Pavlov VR, and it's essentially like a one-to-one recreation down to the textures. It's phenomenal. But it is kind of lonely playing this because, like, again, like, it's really hard to actually play this game nowadays because of the lack of support from EA. But I think the last thing that I can show off here is there's actually multiplayer customization in this game. So it's very limited, especially in the first iteration of Allied Assault before the expansions, but you had the option of customization before, like, all of this battle pass bullshit and like skins and whatnot that you see in modern multiplayer titles, but you had the option to customize your character. Granted, you could only do it in a certain manner by picking a predetermined model, but you have a very a very extensive list of models that you can pick from. Pretty much every model in the game, in the campaign mode, you can use as a multiplayer model. So like, for example, Manon, or the pilot, or Major Grillo. Like, you can use a bunch of characters from the actual campaign mode as your multiplayer model, which is really cool. And then here you can just replay all the missions and what have you. And then there's also medals that you can get as well. So, depending on how well you do in a mission, you get medals. So there's a lot of like progression stuff that's really interesting, and I think it's really unique that back then they had all of these options available to you, but nowadays it's just overcomplicated, like Overwatch 2, Fortnite, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2 and 3, and Warzone. Like, everything is so overcomplicated with all these microtransactions and stuff, and it's just sad that what this game created with 2015 Inc. and the developers leaving to form Infinity Ward, and Activision just coming in, like, pulling the reins and saying, like, hey, we're gonna make a moneymaker. It's just, there's no soul in a lot of these modern titles anymore, and it's just sad what Call of Duty has become. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream right there. Thank you all for joining me. I know it's late, and really, again, thank you all so much for joining me on my stream today. I'm going to probably complete this game this week. I'm going to play more Kingdom Hearts probably on my next day off, so stay tuned for that if you're a Kingdom Hearts fan. I'm Eno. Thank you for joining me in my realm tonight. I'm going to go ahead and raid out to Prismatic Blaze. Looks like he's playing Black Mesa. But I actually have to close out of the game before I can do the raid because it actually disables my... it disables the ability for me to go to my second monitor. But I'm going to go ahead and raid out to Prismatic Blaze. Go give him all of your love and support. He is a good friend of mine. He's been in the chat a little bit tonight. Yeah, so I'll be seeing you all sometime this week. Wish me luck on my job interview. And I'll see you next time I'm streaming. Yeah, gotta wait for the loading thing on the raid to go through, but either way, I'll be seeing you all later. Bye.